The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the BNP. People say the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it does stop, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look to the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the BNP. People say the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it does stop, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right kind of stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable. And stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to everyone in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a restful weekend. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated. And remember that the membership is still active. And shout out to our member, Falmouth Girl 2. Happy Friday, bless up yourself. All right, so tonight's topic is the game is on, SSL /IC with your host, Baron Anne-Marie and Pastor Ricky. Let me just go ahead and welcome everyone in the chat, and then we will start off with a word of prayer from Pastor Ricky. Carla Ibanks, Truck Left, Dorothy McCoy, Douglas, Merlin Molioson, Don Mel, Carla Ibanks, Patel Cruikshank, John Gotti, Beverly JP, Ronica Hamilton, Rennie Swaby, Devon Fletcher, Hurricane Hattie, Falmouth Girl 2, Patel Cruikshank, Daniel Taylor, Yvonne Johnston, Berith White, Jean Downer, Cecile Phillips, Jeanette Letts, Yvonne Johnson, Paulette MacArthur, Sonia Ellis, Elga Fletcher, Laris Beckford, Daniel Taylor, Fitzroy Nugent, Desmond Mary, Confused Friendly Robert, Sean Williams, Real Black Woman, Sonia Graham, Vernice Brian, Winnie Mead, Patricia Robinson, welcome. Happy Friday. As a reminder, Patel Yard Style Barbecue is going to be on April 25th, and it's going to be over there in Yala St. Thomas. So please go out and support Patel Cruikshank Yard Style Barbecue. Thank you so much. And there's a phone number there that you can reach out to Patel. Without any further delay, I'm going to ask Pastor Ricky to lead us in a word of prayer. So, Rafe One, welcome, our channel member. Welcome. Bless up yourself.
Amen. Thank you, Lady Anne-Marie, Sir Byron. God bless you, everyone in the chat. Let us pray. Father, in the matchless name of Jesus, we humbly bow at your throne because you're God all alone. You're God all by yourself, and beside you there is no other God. We declare that you are the true and the living God, the one who's mighty to save. So tonight, mighty God, we come to you in the matchless name of Jesus, presenting this program into your hands. We thank you for your daughter, Lady Anne-Marie. We ask that you continue to navigate through her thoughts and her thinking as she's behind the controls, the remote. I pray that there will be no glitches, no errors, my God, no sound, no communication problems, no distortions, mighty God, no loss of the internet. In the name of Jesus, bless your son, Sir Byron, as he deep into some deep diving research information to bring revelation and information for the people who are watching and will be watching in the future to make the pertinent decisions and informed decisions in the name of Jesus. Bless everyone in the chat, bless their family, their spouses, their children. Bless this program and breathe a fresh wind upon it, we pray. And everyone say amen. Hallelujah. Praise God.
Amen. Amen. Thank you for that
Praise
wonderful prayer, Pastor Ricky.
Amen.
And I want to say to all my Jamaican brothers and sisters, right, a big thanks again to you all for passing through Mystic Sensation and spend your precious time with us. You are here simply because, you know, you are pursuing good governance, good leadership, good accountability, and transparency. That's the reason why you're here. And that's the reason I am in the space. Now, tonight is going to be the night of empowerment. We have some clips that we are going to present tonight that is going to appeal to a lot of us emotions. But I have to reveal, right, these evidence of facts and sensitize my Jamaican people. I am going to say something, and I want to be categorically clear. The corruption as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party, what Andrew Holness administration had done. Andrew Holness, I am saying to you tonight that you are going to pay for it.
Amen.
Yes, my people, I am 100% confident that Andrew Holness, along with his confederates, they are going to pay for it. Now, let us start the night as it relates to, you know, Damian Crawford calling out the kleptocratic governance. And so then we are just going to get into, you know, the meat of the matter. Without any delay, honey, let us play our first clip, right? And hear it with our wonderful listeners, all right? And our brothers and sisters.
Them a talk about done. Let me tell you what we done. Spending $8.7 million on phone bill, that must done. Them a talk about done. What for done is to have $120 million for buy a new car. That must done. Them a talk about done. Let me tell you what for done. Them have now a situation where crime are increased year upon year. That must done. Them a talk about done. Let me tell you what for done. When them appoint people and them a sell gun to them friends and them cronies who are criminals, that must done. When them come a St. Mary and a talk about done, we say you talk about done, a credit alone done.
All right.
Them a talk about done.
Now let us begin our night in terms of getting into the energy, because tonight, my people, yeah, we are going to light up the roof. No doubt about that. Now let us get into the energy, right, with the people and get into the groove, warming up our listeners as it relates to what is going to come, what we are going to unleash tonight. Let us get into the groove. All right.
Oh, let the power fall on me. Let the power fall on me. Oh, let the power from heaven fall on me. Let the power fall on me. Oh, let the power fall on me. My Lord, let the power fall on me. Oh, let the power from heaven fall on me. And say, pull up. Oh, let the power fall on me. My Lord, let the power fall on me. Oofa song.
All right. When him take that away. Now we want to let them know that we are protected by the hands of the Almighty. Right? And so then, of course, we ask Father God to let the power fall on us. And let us go into more juggling before we start, because tonight, right, is really a special night. Let us get into the heat, my people, warming up our space. Hello? Hello? All right. My Jamaican brothers and sisters, let me say that the pendulum is turning. And when we say the pendulum is turning, we mean that the fate of justice, the balance of justice, the wheels is turning more towards justice as opposed to injustice. Jamaica Labour Party weakened under certain changes. Now, Jamaican people, let me tell you this. What is happening now? The Jamaica Labour Party is panicking. No two way about that. Panicking. Now, before we get into that, let us get into some of the burning issues where we try to see the Jamaica Labour Party spin machine, right? They are not doing journalism work. They are not identifying what is wrong within the society as it relates to the government and call out wrongdoing and ask the government for solutions to fix these wrongdoings. So let us talk about the hottest issue as it relates to the E. coli in our water, and where you have Mr. Davis try to put a political spin on the issue. Now let us hear this clip, right? And then, of course, we are going to dissect it. Lead story, healthcare. Let us listen to this so-called journalist who tried to put his political spin on the situation. Let us listen.
And both sides make up the committee, both JLP and PNP persons make up the committee at the KCMC. Both PNP and JLP members were on the tour with us, and everybody was appalled at some of the conditions that we saw. And I'm saying, we have been getting these bad results and nothing or recommendations have not been accepted, and that is why we decided to go public. And I'm saying it is unfair and it's disingenuous for anybody to come here now after the first that everything was fine, to now come and say that you have E. coli in your water and expect Jamaicans to just accept that. That is a very dangerous thing to say without giving us any context in terms of where it is. And I'm saying to you, not only did the Ministry of Health say that the water had in E. coli, NWC has already admitted, so it's not a case where we're trying to prosecute the matter. If NWC has admitted, and now the Ministry of Health is now coming clean and admitting, why is it that we're still debating that point in terms of whether or not the water is safe or not, when the NWC result is saying that the water has not met the public health standard, so it isn't safe? So why are we still debating the point of whether or not the water is safe? What we should be focusing on now is what needs to be done, the recommendations that were made in the resolution at the KCMC to fix the problem. That is where we need to get to.
All right, so
and the problem is, I do not want, me personally, I do not want to be caught up in the political back and forth with anybody. I want the water issues to be fixed because there are infrastructural problems that need to be fixed for you to get better quality water. For example, filtration is not taking place. And I want to go back to your point that you made about the sampling. That is only way you can find out what is happening. Whether you're doing research or anything at all, is by taking a sample. For sure. If you want to find out what is in your body, you take a sample, whether it's a blood sample or whatever it is. And I'm saying that's the only way you're going to know what is there.
I take back the floor now to say to you. I take back the floor now to say to you.
Come on, you need to allow me to finish, man. You need to allow me to finish. And I'm saying to you, you cannot then say they took a sample. So that is not what is in the water. The sample is representative of what is in the water. I brought the results here and I showed you that both at source and distribution, they're having water that is not meeting the public health standard.
I take the floor from you
and
now
you refuse to accept that.
I take the floor now to say to you that you brought results, the most recent of which is February.
Yes, so you need
Today
to ask
is April. Today is April.
Yes.
And of course, NWC needs to be asked tough questions. But I say to you, if the most recent sample result you have is from February, How can you say in April that E. coli is in the water? You're talking about the present continuous when you use is.
Yes, but...
So I'm saying, I'm asking you the question. How can the statement E. coli is in the water based on a sample taken 2 months ago be accurate and be accepted? That's one. The other thing to consider is this. I did say that the NWC's prolific nature, I don't want to say fecundity, I'm trying to find a smaller term, the rate at which they send press releases talking about treatment plants being shut down. We know that treatment plants are shut down whenever there's an issue with water quality or there's an issue with turbidity, with put silt in the line, that bleed the line, whatever it is. You have said that no, even when they shut down the plants, it's not all the time that they deal with the water quality and that bad water is still being distributed to the residents. That's a serious charge. So I'm just asking you again, if you're certain that bad water, even after the sample has shown that bad water is in the end, that bad water is still being sent to residents of Kingston and St. Andrew.
And what I want to say to you is that, first of all, NWC has admitted belatedly that residents were exposed to poor quality water that did not meet the public health standards. And I'm saying, at first, they denied this. The ministry also denied this. You might be late in asking for me to come on your program to do the interview, but that is what NWC says, and you're now saying that now in April I am saying this, and I'm saying that I'm not the one saying it.
No, man.
The Ministry of Health is now saying this in April,
based on February
that
results.
E. coli is in the water.
No,
I'm not the one saying it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not accepting, and my public can choose whether they want to.
Yeah.
If based on a February sample, they'll accept something of the kind of E. coli is in the water in April based on a sample taken in
therefore,
February. I ask you this.
So the question that should be asked then is why is it that now, when we are in April, why is it now that the ministry is just telling us no, that E. coli, they have samples that had E. coli in the water?
Guess what? What you're saying now, of course, is a matter of record.
Why is it now
what
that
you're
they're just
saying
saying
now
that?
is a matter of
And
record.
why is it that when I came out and I did say that the water has been contaminated based on the February and the January results, that they did not admit it at that point in time?
What you are saying
why
now,
did they admit
is a matter of record that the NWC will have to answer to when they come here. They were to have...
Yeah, take it away. No, I find this appalling, right, where this journalist is concerned. Now, the responsibility as it relates to journalism, right, is where you are going to research and investigate, right, and call out wrongdoing, and of course, right, deals with, right, the point of culpability, and ask the government, right, as it relates to how the government is going to move forward in addressing the situation. Now, the fact of the matter, where, you know, the People's National Party councillor is identifying the contamination that many people in the community, right, have already may have drunk that contamination, and as a result of, you know, potential illness that may come of that. He is not addressing the situation. He is now putting a political spin on this Pastor Ricky as it relates to past tense, whether it was in February or present continuous tense as it relates to now. Is. Now, the fact of the matter, the Jamaica Labour Party government administration, right? I mean, recklessly, the totally irresponsible as it relates to the filtration system. And so then, what being identified is that, look, based on the fact that the government is not monitoring that process, right? The respective agency is not monitoring the process of the filtration process. As such, right, you find it that it is at a level, right, that is totally unacceptable. E. coli sleeps in the system, and this needs to be addressed. But here he is, not speaking to say, okay, all right, what the government need to do, right, is to come out, right, address the situation, right, and explain to the public, right, the ways and means in terms of how they are going to move forward and ensure that this does not happen in the future. He's now trying to politically mix, politically twist it to say, okay, all right, are you talking about February, or are you talking about April? It matters not whether February or April. The fuck of the matter. The system being contaminated as a result of the system is not being properly filtered. It is not properly filtered. And so then you have a problem. It is the government's responsibility, you understand, to make sure that water that pass through a system and go to the community, right, that the health issue, right, is definitely, right, is going to be monitored properly by the government and ensure that people don't, you know, caught up in this situation where they are drinking partially feces, because that's actually what they are drinking, feces, right? And so then how the government is going to proceed in terms of addressing the situation to ensure that we don't have a repeat of the situation. Just imagine many persons who have drunk the water, right, realize this information coming out, right, must have felt, right, that okay, all right, I need to do some form of checkup. And the government must be prepared that if persons fell ill from this situation, people will be aware that, okay, it is from this source. It is from this point of contact, you understand, that caused my illness, right? And the government should now ready stand available to ensure that they're willing to assist people if you have whatever number of persons who may have been affected, right? So I don't understand David's mission, right, as it relates to doing that interview, right? I think that if you're going to do that interview for clarity, right, to put the government, right, on notice, to say, no, this cannot happen, right? This is highly irresponsible of the government, right, as it relates to the various agencies who are supposed to ensure that the system properly filtered, right? Because you can't have the water passing through the system, right, and get into the community, the community pipeline, and your people start to drink, right, feces. This is madness. This is unacceptable. Pastor Ricky, what say you on the matter? Because we have a lot of move on.
I totally agree with you, Sir Byron. And you know, this is a crying shame. This is why we need to vote out this government, because this is an uncaring government. Imagine, E. coli is a serious bacteria, and fecal coliform, which is feces in the water, and yet the NWC, which is the Water Commission, the agency that is responsible for water supply. Water is life, and without water, we can do without food for a couple of days, you know. But you go a couple of days without water, you can die eventually, dehydration and so forth. But when you think of the problem that this can create island wide, I mean, you can have gastrointestinal problem, you can have diarrhea, you can have vomiting. I mean, excuse my French, everybody. It can affect organs in your body, and if you have underlying health problems, it's even more dangerous. And when we think of how deplorable the hospitals are, that the hospitals don't even have air condition for the operating rooms, and there's no bed available, medication, short staffs. You know, this is a national emergency, and this needs to be taken with all seriousness. And so for this despicable guy, you know, CVM should be ashamed of themselves and should suspend him from being representing a reputable news organization like CVM, because this is a national emergency. It might start in one area or one city, but eventually it can spread island wide. And we have a whole nation of people that drink from the tap that is sick, and it could cause an outbreak and a health disasters. And the doctors are leaving, the nurses have gone. I mean, we're shortage on staff, and for anyone who works in a hospital, know that when you're short-staffed, it put a burden on the whole entire health system. And so should be treated as a national emergency. And so, you know, for him to be playing politics, he's not at Big Mama station, a no name brand, less than 2% people listen to their station. This is CVM, a reputable news network. And so CVM have to make a decision now. Will they keep a despicable, deplorable person like this to represent their organization that turn his back on a true fact and the truth? Because Counselor Jesse James is a research expert, and he is well equipped with the knowledge and the foreknowledge and the testing and the sampling of what the NWC has reported. This is not his finding. This is what the NWC, the water agency, find. He is just interpreting and sounding the alarm of the findings. And so whether the findings occur in January, February, the fact and the truth of the matter is that we have a national problem as it relates to clean water. Finally, Jamaica has moved from a third world country to a developing country and has the inspiration and aspiration to become one day a first world country. In this Lord year 2025, this should not be occurring in Jamaica. Yes, accidents do happen sometimes and things get contaminated accidentally. But if there is a finding by the water agency from their sampling and testing that identify that this is a problem, this should be treated with the utmost emergency. And it shows you that the Minister of Water, who's a corrupt person that took out the water pumps and created a water shortage so that their cronies can have their own water truck and give themselves contract, and their cronies contract to trucking water to the citizens instead of water coming out of their pipes, and trucking in water to the hotel resorts and making money off of the back of such precious commodity. And so, you know, this old criminal organization that we have in the Jamaica Labour Party government, I mean, this is more exposure. This is an emergency that we need to vote them out, and the Prime Minister needs to call the election as soon as possible to avoid a national catastrophe where the whole island have a breakout because of contaminated water. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
Thank you very much. And Wifey, you want to speak on the matter as well. Go ahead, Wifey.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the headline here, and the caption says, Health and Wellness Ministry confirms presence of E. coli in some water system and says no cause for alarm. Now, this was Wednesday, April 9th, so I don't know what that buffoon is talking about. The finding was in February. Yes, it was in February,
Yes.
but according to this caption, on April 9th, it says the presence of. That means it's still in there, and people are at risk of getting gastroenteritis from drinking water with E. coli.
Yes.
As Pastor Ricky says, it can cause a national emergency in terms of the amount of people who can end up with gastroenteritis. And gastroenteritis is no joke, especially in children whose immune system are not fully developed. And I don't know what is up with Ministry of Health and Wellness, because you cannot tell people who have shit in their water not to boil it.
Exactly.
So I don't know what is up with, unless it's just them trying to cover it up in terms of saying it is not such a big thing.
It is a big thing.
Then somebody from the Ministry of Health is telling them not to make a big deal out of it, but shit in your water is a big deal.
Yes.
And it can cause grave problems in terms of vomiting and diarrhea. And we don't even know if there's any, well, it didn't say anything about cholera, but we have to think of that in the back of our minds if the water is contaminated with E. coli, and that could be another big issue again.
Okay.
So I don't know where this what's his name?
Davis.
Is coming from when he's talking about back in February. This is Wednesday, April 9th, and it says confirm the presence of at this present moment.
All right.
It didn't say confirmed some time ago and the problem was corrected. The editorial does not say anything about correction of the problem.
Exactly.
It says the problem exists.
Yes.
Right? And the advisory issue when there is an imminent risk of waterborne disease and typically applies to a specific geographical
You know what, honey?
area
I think you should
affected and compromised water supply.
Hold on, honey. I think you should put it up so that we share the information to people. You understand? As it relates to where Davis, you understand, can have himself educated on this. So his situation, try to spin it to say whether it is February or April. Now we are talking, and he's talking about, okay, all right, maybe you're addressing the past tense, right? So the within the present April month that he speaks. Now we are going to now show Davis, right, that guess what? It is in the present of what you speak. So I don't understand where you're going with past tense and present continuous tense. None of that, what you are talking about, Mr. Davis, you understand, is going to resolve the situation. And as a matter of fact, we are going to put up the document so that people can read it as it relates to your past tense and your present tense and how you want to put it. That, okay, all right, in April 9th, right? Yes, it is contaminated. And so then your argument as it relates to your past tense and your present tense, you understand, we fling that out of the door, right? Right, so I don't know where he's coming with this. You understand? He might think that he's in an English class.
Sir Byron and Lady Anne-Marie and everyone in the chat, this government don't like to be held accountable. No. There's no accountability in this government, and there's no transparency. They like to hide stuff. Thank God for social media and spaces like Mystic Sensation and other spaces that are bringing the truth to the people, because they don't like when the truth comes out. And this is a big problem with this government.
Yes, so we need to show this to the people. You understand? So to debunk what Davis is trying to say, right? Because the person is trying to identify that, listen, the water is contaminated. People are drinking E. coli. And we know what E. coli is. Right? People are drinking the mess. And so let's share.
Hold on, I'm going to share it now. It just came up.
Yes. So we want to share to the people, right? Just to debunk what Davis is saying. Right? That's just that is, and this is it. You can't be calling yourself a journalist and you're a GLP operative. Because that's exactly what you are, Mr. Davis. Here it is. Right? Health and Wellness Ministry confirms presence of E. coli in some water systems. As a matter of fact, it said some water systems. And based on my English language, you understand, that's a plurality.
More than
There's
one.
no cause for alarm, and this is bullshit. Right? The Ministry of, and look at the date, 7:49 a.m., Wednesday, April 9, 2025.
Very present.
That is very present, right? April. So it is in April, Mr. Davis, right? The Ministry of Health and Wellness has confirmed, and they are confirming this in April, sir, that some water samples from some system operated by the National Water Commission have tested positive for E. coli. Despite that confirmation, however, the Health Ministry says there is no cause for alarm. Remember, you know, a tough time ministry, this, you know.
Yeah.
You understand? The old liar and the old spinner. You understand? It is grave cause to concern. People are drinking, you know what, shit water. And this is what the Jamaica Labour Party administration, you understand, stand for. They have no care and they are seeking third term. But let us take it away on it and let us show something even, right, rather worse, to show you that this is just a trend with the Jamaica Labour Party. So just not with the water system alone. Let us show a different situation that is going on. We are under the Jamaica Labour Party administration. And remember, you know, Tufton came out, right? This Tufton who came out knocking chess in Parliament and said no other agencies had spent the amount of money that they had spent on healthcare. But people, watch this. Watch this move now, people. CVM News at 7 p.m. What's this move now, people? Here is the man who came out and spoke big. But we are all asking where the money gone.
Kingston Comprehensive Health Center is struggling to provide essential dental care as its sole X-ray machine has been out of service for almost a year. That's the latest allegation made by the opposition, who is now demanding urgent action to restore proper care at the facility. Shante McNeil has the details.
The health ministry is once again under the microscope, this time after a visit to the Kingston Comprehensive Health Centre exposed alleged gaps in care. The opposition's junior spokesperson on health and wellness, Jesse James Clark, says the facility's only dental x-ray machine has been out of service for nearly a year, leaving patients in limbo. It's an issue he wants the ministry to address.
We're calling on the minister to ensure that they get a functioning x-ray machine. They're also having AC issues, so the staff have to be working in very hot and humid conditions. We're asking the minister to intervene quickly and to fix this problem, provide the functioning ACs, ensure that the dental chairs are working, the lights on them are working, ensuring that they get the x-ray machines that they need, so the population can be served properly and efficiently.
The largest health center of its kind in Kingston and St. Andrew is now allegedly turning patients away for oral care, forcing them to seek help elsewhere. Clark says that's no easy task.
Dental health services are very expensive. We try to do them privately. So a lot of persons depend on what is happening here. The difficulties that the Comprehensive Health Center has been facing has significantly hampered their capacity to service the number of patients that they would normally have the capacity to serve. So they are down more than 50% in terms of the number of persons that they are able to serve each day, and they have to be sending persons to different health facilities to do some procedures.
When CVM News contacted Southeast Regional Health Authority, we were reliably informed that they've met with Kingston and St. Andrew Health Services parish manager, who admits the x-ray machine stopped working in mid-2024 and that efforts are underway to replace it. They say 2 dental chairs are also down. Parts have been ordered and are expected within 6 weeks. An additional 10 dental chairs are also set to arrive within this fiscal year. But Clark says he's tired of the ministry's PR and needs the matter rectified immediately.
So I'm calling the minister. He says that funding is not a problem, so we need to address these problems urgently. So just like the staff members here who have to work without the AC or the equipment that they need, as well as the general public who have to be turned away from this facility and sent to other healthcare facilities to do certain procedures, I am frustrated too, just like all of them. We don't want any more PR. We want actual action on the ground to fix the problems that are facing the healthcare system.
Shante McNeil, CVM News.
My Jamaican people.
Well, as promised, this...
Yes. My Jamaican people, I'm telling you that Jesse James is juking them. You understand where it's hurt, right? Identifying, right, the vulnerabilities within the system. And remember, it is Stockton who came out knocking his chest that he spent over almost billions of dollars, and no other administration in the history of the politics had spent that amount of money. But where is it? Where is it? People are asking, where is all of that? And here we have JAMPJA, right? Accountability, right? Is speaking in regards, right? You have Jeannette Calder is speaking that over $700 billion unaccounted for within the health sector. Over $700 billion.
Yeah.
And when you hear these things, right, it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. What say you, Pastor Ricky, on the matter?
Yeah, the health minister and the prime minister says that they increased the health ministry budget from 60 billion to 140 billion over the 9-year period, which is an increase of $80 billion. But yet they don't have any ventilation machines. They don't have any CT scans. They don't have any x-ray machines. They don't have any ambulance that's functional. They don't have any medication. One lady said her mother was dying and She had to go get medication, spend over $100,000, and brought it back to the hospital. And the nurses share her mother's medication with other patients. This is ridiculous in 2025. If this health minister was here, I mean, if he was in a first world country, he would no longer have a job. He would be fired with effect immediately. He relies on spinning and PR and doesn't realize he's playing with the lives of the people of Jamaica. Listen, it is said that he has a counselor in the Jamaica Labour Party in his constituents that owns a funeral home, and it's called Orchard Funeral Home. It is said that this corrupt health minister owns a certain share or percentage in that funeral home. So if you're in the funeral home business, at the same time you're in the health business to save lives, but you're in another business that takes care of the dead, then that tells us where his motives are. And this is the reason why they're not spending no money in the hospital, because you have an uncaring prime minister who prefer to spend billions of dollars on NIDS, a digital identification, tracking and tracing system to take away the privacies of the citizens of Jamaica. He rather to spend money on that. He rather to spend money on the police force to equip them, to turn them into a demilitarized force, to make them look as if they're going out to do combat with the citizens of Jamaica. This government priorities is in the wrong place.
Definitely.
This government needs to call the election ASAP. We cannot continue to wait any longer, because the longer we wait is the more atrocities, the more wickedness and recklessness, and the more the jeopardy of the lives, precious life of the Jamaican citizen is going to be weighing in the balance. Healthcare is critical in any country. If you don't have people, you will not have an economy. It's the people that makes the economy thrives. It's the people that makes the economy click. You need workers. And when you have workers, your workers have to be healthy to sustain the operations. And this government doesn't get it. The prime minister lacks knowledge, he's incompetent, and the health minister is also corrupt and prefer to go to Atlanta to do book signing while people are dying in the hospitals, waiting for bed, sleeping on the floors, dying in the chairs, and it's a crying shame. Healthcare is so important that lives depend on it. He said it, and I'm quoting him. Back over to you, Sir Byron. Lives
All right. So we have. I'm happy that we have a health professional in the house with us, which is my wife. So she wants to speak on the matter as well. Go ahead, wifey.
Okay. So in terms of the situations in the hospital with the lack of equipment, as well as the equipment that was there and broken down, and the whole mold situation. Now, a lot of it has to do with the temperature in the building. And this is what you get when you have a theoretical doctor who knows nothing about medicine, who is at the helm, as opposed to a doctor by profession. Because when you have these equipment, even if they get these equipment now and the correct temperature is not within the building, those equipment are not going to function properly. And in order for people not to go to hospital and get sicker than they get in there, the temperature in the hospital too has to be at a certain degree, right? So you don't have bacteria, fungus, and virus growing in the building itself. Now, I can't imagine if somebody should actually go and do an actual test of every area in these hospitals, do swabs, and actually take them to a lab and see how many organisms, how many different strains of organisms will grow from just those tests that they have done, because the AC is not working. That means mold, bacteria, virus is rampant in those hospitals. And if they don't have the correct temperature, I don't know how they expect the machineries to function, and if they're not maintaining either. So even us saying, oh, they don't have CT scans, they don't have MRI machines, even if they bring them in and they do not have the cooling systems for these machines to work properly, they will just break down again, because everything has to work at a particular temperature.
Yeah.
Right. So it's gonna be a whole new overall for the healthcare system when the new government comes in, because everything's gonna need to be gutted and redone.
Okay.
Especially at KPH, because KPH I think was built in 1772. So that is a very, very old building, right? And I can't imagine all that is in those crevices and cracks.
Wow.
You know, and people are going in sick, and some are getting sicker when they go in because of all these issues. No proper ventilation, no AC, and mold, virus, bacteria is just growing rampant in those buildings. Oh. And this is what you get, as I said, when you have a theoretical doctor as opposed to a medical doctor who has been at a bedside and know how things function and know exactly what to do. We need to stop putting square pegs in round holes.
So what you're saying, honey, that the primary thing that needs to be fixed first is ensure that we have a proper ventilation system.
They need to have proper ventilation system, but
yes,
those walls and stuff that they have, they need to find some way to scrape the paints and all of that, do a whole new job at refurbishing the buildings. I don't know how they're gonna do it. And they need to make sure the ventilation system is adequate that they're putting in. All the fans are of the right type, size, and stuff to cool the entire building. And the AC, it doesn't make sense they take a little unit and put in. These have to be heavy-duty units that can cover the entire building, as well as they need to have backup systems as well in terms of ventilators and all of these things, so that when a system goes down, the ventilator comes into place so that things keep working and things are maintained at their correct temperature, so the hospital can function optimally, so people don't go in and get sicker than how they went in. And it's time we get to a stage where you have people who actually go in and accredit our hospitals. Everywhere in the world, there's an accreditation system to make sure hospitals are at a certain standard. Why are we so backward in Jamaica? Even in Bermuda, they have it. You have the Canadians who go over, and there are certain things that they look for in terms of the building, as well as in terms of clerical stuff that we have to do as nurses to meet their standards, things that the doctors have to do to meet their standards, things that the administrators have to do to meet their standards, certain equipment that you need to have. Everything has to be up to code, and you have to pass that at least every 5 years. Somebody comes in, or a team comes in, and they do a comprehensive sort of an audit.
Yeah, unannounced. They come in unannounced.
Yes, most time they come in unannounced, but at least you have an idea that this is the year that you're going to have accreditation. Right. This is the month that you're going to have accreditation, but you might not know the exact date of the month, because we had our accreditation last year. I think it was in September, and who was in charge? Me.
Okay. Right.
Well, they have Chopper John in charge of hospital at Jamaica, so
that's crazy. People, and let me say, I am so confident as it relates to my wife healthcare. If I have to go to any of the hospital where my wife works, right? No other nurse can really attend to me. You know, I always ask for my wife to attend to me, so that's the level of confidence, because you know she's very good, right? She has more than 30 years of experience.
Wow! Congratulations.
30 years of experience in nursing, so right, she knows definitely what she's talking about. No, so let's just talk about.
She should be the health minister of Jamaica, man. Seriously.
Yeah, she needs to teach Christopher Tufton.
About Iran.
Iran, okay. All right. So people, let us look at this. As we talk about Christopher Tufton bragging, right, as it relates to the billions of dollars being spent In the same breath, while he's tooting that, right? You have, right, Jeannette Calder is saying, look, right, you don't need to toot your on about that because over $830 billion unaccounted for. Unaccounted for. That is why we have the status of the hospital like that. Right?
Yeah.
Let us bring up this document and to show people that whenever we speak, we are speaking, right, as it relates to mainstream source. So they can't say, okay, all right, Mystic Sensation is just making up something. You understand? Everything that we speak about, you understand, we want to share it with the people and let the people understand where we are going with our line of argument. You understand? That here is the Jamaica Labour Party administration, just PR, and the money being stolen, right? The money being stolen through nepotism, cronyism, and skullduggery, right? It is full time. And I always say this, and I will not stop saying this, that Andrew Holness, right, is 100% pure evil, right? The amount of harm that he had done the Jamaican people. I just don't know what is happening with this administration. But tonight, right, we can say to the Jamaican people that, listen, the pendulum is shifting. So
It's not opening afterwards.
right? Do you want me to send it back to you?
No, it's just not opening.
Okay.
It doesn't have any.
All right. So obviously,
it says to put it in another window.
Okay.
Because it can't capture it right now. So let me just put it in.
All right. So we are saying that, I mean, this is what Jamaica people voted for, right? The lack of representation. Jamaican people never voted for PR. Jamaican people want a healthy administration to make sure that they give good political representatives. But obviously, right, we are not getting the representation. We are not getting the representation any at all. Okay,
It says the page is inactive.
all right. Somehow, right, that page is blocked. They don't
just buffering.
They don't want us to show the evidence, you know. All right. So we have to move on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you that I am very happy, right, because we have seen some changes, right? We're going to do something different. We've seen some changes. We've seen some changes, right, taking place as it relates to the Integrity Commission. And to be honest, right, I want to say that I am feeling happy that there's some form of recognition that enough is enough. And I think that behind the curtains, some serious dialogue is taking place as it relates to the level of corruption with Andrew Holness administration. Some serious dialogue behind the curtains, right, taking place. And the changes moving forward is to definitely, right, hold criminal politicians accountable. And Andrew Holness administration is panicking, my people, panicking. Now, let us show this clip. New IC chairman charges parliamentarian. Let us get into that. And let me say this.
This is not going to come out the way.
Okay. Just
Hold on.
Okay, we can go above that. Okay.
You want to play?
Yes. Let us play this clip, people.
The Commission's former chairman, retired Justice Seymour Panton, had a contentious relationship with parliamentarians, often directly rebuking the lawmakers for attacking the country's premier anti-corruption body. MP Everald Warmington has been one of the Commission's most strident critics. In one memorable appearance before a parliamentary committee, Justice Panton openly questioned whether the country's lawmakers had taken leave of their senses. He quipped that he would drink his own water out of fear the water being ingested by legislators may have been somehow contaminated. Those remarks drew the ire of several lawmakers, including Senate President Tom Tavares Finson. Justice Carol Lawrence Beswick has since replaced Panton at the helm of the anti-corruption body. She says she has been using the last 2 months to get a comprehensive understanding of the workings of the commission. Asked how she intended to navigate the relationship with the legislature, Lawrence Beswick noted that she supports the right of lawmakers to respectfully voice their concerns with the work being done by the Integrity Commission. The new chairman noted that where specific matters are of concern to lawmakers, she expects them to bring the evidence to support those concerns. She says such evidence must be clear and unequivocal. Justice Lawrence Beswick says she's committed to ensuring the Commission engages in what she described as respectful communication going forward. She accepts that there's room for improvement in the way the body relates to the public. But the chairman was quick to note that this is not unique to the Integrity Commission. Justice Beswick says the country must be reminded that the Commission, by law, cannot be subject to the direction or control of any person other than the court by way of a judicial review. The chairman says the staff at the Commission are diligently seeking to fulfill the body's mandate under law. Robianne Williams for Nationwide News.
No, take that away. No, just by hearing that, right? She personally stated her mandate moving forward, right? And as it relates to, my comprehension, right? She's saying that if anyone is going to accuse the Integrity Commission investigators of any misconduct, they need to present their facts.
Yeah.
They need to present their facts. And what she also pointed out, as it relates to the respect for law and order, and understand the mission and the framework of the Integrity Commission. And so then, believe you me, I am feeling quite contented, right, with her being there. Honestly, I think Justice Lawrence Beswick is on a mission to set things straight. And I am very happy. This is my, right, personal opinion in terms of she coming out and she make the statement clear, right, where her head lies and the mission that she's driving, right, in telling them that if you are going to accuse the Integrity Commission investigators of any misconduct, ensure that you have your evidence. We have seen over Big Mama, right, that Big Mama state and get upset, right, of certain persons now that the changes are making as it relates to the Integrity Commission, right, as it relates to the deputy corruption prosecutor. Those concerned people are shivering in their pants.
Yeah.
People are shivering in their pants and skirts. I am telling you, because where this new team is going, they mean business. Now, Pastor Ricky, let me give you a little say on it. What do you think about it, Pastor Ricky? What, based on what you have just heard, what do you think? I want to hear your opinion on it.
I'm inspired by what the new chairwoman, Justice Beswick, shared. It gives me hope to know that the Integrity Commission will stand in the face of corruption, because now this corrupt government is in a box. They cannot immediately rush out like Warmington and Chuck and them and attack the Integrity Commission, because their corrupt prime minister just appointed her back in February to be anointed as the new chairperson for the Integrity Commission. So what they have to do is rely on their surrogate, like their arm-piece, mouthpiece radio station, to start because I have a feeling that she's going to bring to bear, because their annual report is due every June 30th, which is like 2.5 months by the end of this weekend from now. So I have a feeling she's going to bring forth information regarding the 7 illicit and members of parliament who's under investigation, and they know it. And so the panic is starting to set in because everybody needs to know who these 7 corrupt politicians are in parliament on the Jamaica Labour Party before the general election. And so I have a feeling this new chairperson, Justice Beswick, means business, and they know it, and they're panicking, and that's what I gather from their,
You know what? I am just wondering if it is one of the reasons, Pastor Ricky, why Andrew Holness, hurriedly keep a meeting and was using a lot of colonial language. Let us say that. Right? A lot of colonial language I heard uttered in the meeting. Right? Because I mean, this lady definitely, right, shape, right, to change things.
And you wouldn't say what I'm saying. No,
this looks very serious. This looks very serious, very, very, very serious for those corruptors, right, moving forward. Let us show Jamaica, right, as it relates to the level of seriousness where the Integrity Commission is pursuing with this. Yes. All right. What this person say? Oh, okay. All right. I have a caller. I'm just going to allow the caller the opportunity to speak, and then we get back. Yes, caller, you're on the line. Mystic Sensation.
The program.
Yes.
Why Pastor thinks the ruling party is corrupt and the opposition are corrupt? Why put it away?
Okay, all right. Hold on. Let me just ask you a question. Do you believe that the current administration is corrupt? Let me hear from you.
No, me not believe it.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you another question. Do you believe that a prime minister is running a country supposed to have his statutory declaration certified?
Of course, I believe.
Okay. Hold on. What?
You believe that?
You know what? We need to
commission man, the same hypocrite man who resign. And he never bring it to the parliament. He must put on. Do you believe
Sure.
that?
No, that is not true. That is obviously not true. Okay, all right. All right, sir, that is not true. Remember that the Integrity Commission, right, as it relates to a 172 page, right, clearly stated that the Prime Minister was asked, right, as it relates to justify, right,
several occasions.
On several occasions, right, where the Prime Minister was asked to justify, right, his source of wealth, and the Prime Minister refused. Did you see that report?
No, I didn't see.
Okay, well, all right. There's a report here, sir, right? And if you want to get that report, I can send you that report in the chat, so then you can read on that report. Okay, all right.
You're going to go through the report.
All right. We are going to make.
One more question.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, I'm listening to you, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, certain thing going on when you talk about the 6 illicit in the parliament. Remember that?
What talk? What talk? You have to identify the talk that you're addressing.
When people come on the political platform and say you have 6 illicit in the Labour Party and you're not here next week. Oh, immediately we're reaching on the party.
We need to ask everybody in the party. And everybody.
All right. Here what happened? Because
a media release.
That was a media release.
From the IC
he was making a reference from the media release. But what I want to ask you, do you aware that before certain report came out that Big Mama right, read out certain information that has not given to the public. How did he get that?
Exactly.
No.
Nationwide.
And nationwide. Nationwide was able to read out certain report, right, that was within, right, the controls of the parliament. How did Nationwide get that?
Before it was tabled.
Before it was tabled. Okay, all right. All right. Thank you for calling. So, you know, thank you for calling.
He doesn't read him, just talk.
All right, blessing the brethren. Thank you for calling.
They always embarrass themselves.
All right, let us move on. Let us move on. All right, to show Jamaica, to show Jamaica that this current IC chairman is very serious.
Hello. Good night.
Honey, we are not taking any calls now.
Taking any calls right now. I will tell you when to
Let me
call
just go
back.
through the program. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll tell you when to call
We'll tell
back.
you when to call back.
Yeah.
We're not taking any calls now. We don't want to interrupt.
All
All right. Okay. All right. Let us move on to show Jamaica how serious, right, the new changes, right, is going to be for the Jamaica Labour Party. Now let us get into this. Prince Kamika out as director of corruption, and trust me, she deserved that. And there it is. Apparently, seems to at this point waste her career as it relates to her level of culpability. Let me say that. Prince Kamika out as director of corruption prosecution at Integrity Commission, posted by Ricardo Brooks, 9th April 2025, my people. The shake-up in the leadership ranks of the Integrity Commission appears to set to continue with the confirmed departure of Director of Corruption Prosecution, teacher Prince Kamika. Prince Kamika's post has been publicly advertised by the Commission. All right. Here, her 3-year contract with the anti-corruption body came to an end last month. It is understood it will not be renewed. And let us just play this.
Responding to queries from Nationwide News, newly appointed chairman of the Integrity Commission, retired Justice Carol Lawrence Beswick, confirmed that Prince Kamika's contract had come to an end. The chairman declined to say whether Prince Kamika had reapplied for her post. Lawrence Beswick would only say the name of the successful candidate will be published once a decision has been made. Well-placed sources have indicated to Nationwide News that the now former Director of Corruption Prosecution had faced significant pressures from within the organization over prosecuting decisions she made during her tenure. It's understood she was specifically told not to reapply to the position. Prince Kamika presided over the high-profile decision not to charge Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness following 2 recommendations from the Commission's Director of Investigations, Kevon Stevenson, that the head of the government be charged in 2 separate matters. On both occasions, Prince Kamika declined to initiate prosecution proceedings, finding there was no case in law for Holness to answer. Those decisions reportedly earned her the ire of certain officials within the anti-corruption body. Prince Kamika was appointed to her post in March 2020. The Director of Corruption Prosecution is one of the statutory directors established under the Integrity Commission Act. Subject to the powers of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Commission's Director of Corruption Prosecution makes determinations as to whether to bring a case against any person implicated in corruption by the body's Director of Investigations. Prince's exit comes on the heels of the departure of the Commission's former chairman, retired Justice Seymour Panton. Commissioner Eric Crawford also recently left the body. Governor General Sir Patrick Allen recently appointed retired Justice Carol Lawrence Beswick and former Governor of the Bank of Jamaica Brian Winter to replace them. Lawrence Beswick has also been appointed the Commission's new chairman. At least 2 other statutory directors will see their contracts come to an end in the coming months. When contacted, Nationwide News was informed by the Commission that Ranif Lawrence is currently acting in the position of Director of Corruption Prosecution. No information was provided as to the fate of Mrs. Prince Kamika. Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
Take that away, and I will say No.
Breath of fresh air.
People, when I said that Justice Lawrence Beswick is on a mission, here you have it, people, as it relates to making sure that the first ejection, she ejects a portion of the corruption out of the system. And not only that, she had ejected her, she ensured that she told her, don't reapply. Don't reapply.
Yes.
Don't reapply. Because when you look on the evidence, where Andrew Holness failed, Andrew Holness know the rules and regulation as it relates to revealing every assets that he has. This is the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister had gone through the workshop, right? The Prime Minister knows very well that, okay, you need to make sure that your assets, income, and liabilities being honestly declared. And the Prime Minister, and as a matter of fact, the Prime Minister asking the Integrity Commission investigators asking the Prime Minister the question, right, was given an addendum where the Prime Minister made the changes. After it was discovered that the Prime Minister did not inform the Integrity Commission investigators about the 4 accounts, right? So the Prime Minister blatantly lied, and the corruption prosecutor could charge Andrew Holness for that. This is not the only case, that Prince Jamaica, right, let off Andrew Holness. This is not the only case. Prince Jamaica also let off Andrew Holness as it relates to the corruption between 2006 to 2009. People, I want you to remember that. Prince Jamaica had done that. That case, right? Because the evidence was so clear. But what she claimed? She claimed that the period of time, the duration, right, it is going to be difficult, right, for evidence to be this and evidence to be that. It should not be her decision. She should have collected the evidence, right, and put it into the judiciary and make the judge decided that. Make the judge decided that. So she let off Andrew Holness for that case and come again and let off Andrew Holness. But guess what? A lot more cases there that tied with Andrew Holness, because remember, Andrew Holness' statutory declaration still cannot be certified. So this situation is going to face the new IC chairperson and the new corruption prosecutor. You understand? And so then, the same biasness is not going to meet out in the new way of going forward. So Andrew Holness, stand and await what is coming to you, sir. Right? And be confident. Put some level of confidence in terms of Justice Lawrence Beswick. Right? 2 things that pull my confidence over. One is where Ms. Beswick is telling them that, look, if you are going to accuse, right, the Integrity Commission investigators, make sure you have your facts. And second, that bring it home for me, is when she can look on the corruption prosecutor and say, listen, you don't bother reapply now. You understand? You're out for good. Don't bother reapply. Your application will not be accepted, and be happy for that. Right? We are so happy for that. But let us get to the next information before we bring in Pastor Ricky. You understand? To smooth down things for us. All right, let us get into this. Nationwide again, people, if you don't notice, this source of information when I go nationwide, so them can't say anything, And nationwide, me I go. You understand? And I show the people them. All right, look. Government Parliament leader with right to IC. Right, and I want to tell you something, this information, my brethren just send me this information, This information wasn't a part of my list here, but I had it. I make sure I had it because my brethren send this thing to me, right? And so then, all right, let us read. Government Parliamentary leaders right to IC about appointment of Ronif Lawrence, what a backside. People, I'm not telling them to say them a tremble. People, when you come here, I'm not telling them to say them a fret. Why this always there?
It cannot come out.
Right? People, I'm not telling them to say them a tremble. Yes, people, see the evidence there. Here is the evidence that Andrew Holness need a wobble. Andrew Holness need a wobble. Remember, you know, if we don't notice people, the Integrity Commission don't mention nothing about Jeannette Calder, you know. People, look here, I go whisper this because I don't want nobody know. I don't want nobody hear. So I whisper this. People, Jeannette Calder have a $800 million apartment complex of a lease flat there. You understand? If you notice people, the IC not talk about it, you know. And people, I not lie you. When we look on the statutory declaration, people, I don't want nobody here, you know. I don't want nobody here, so I whisper this. People, when we look on the statutory declaration, 2021 statutory declaration and 2022 statutory declaration, right? People, we don't see that money, you know. We don't see that money, you know. What a bang around this, Papa? You know, I remember reading the document.
But them was 28 bank between me and you.
Yeah.
But if when Juliet when him they get dash out how much you gonna have?
You
But
can't-
love court money, you know, remember so she says so.
You can't talk that so loud. You want the people in here not talk that so loud. Nationwide news understand that the leaders of government business in both the lower and upper houses of Parliament have sent a letter to the chairman of the Integrity Commission. Yes, that the letter they can't go nowhere. No. Carol Lawrence Beswick expressing concern about the appointment of Ranif Lawrence as acting director of corruption prosecution at the commission. We want honest people there. We don't want people which part taking favor with the Jamaica Labour Party. We want someone who is a natural Jamaican, who is neither PNP nor GLP. And as far as me concerned, right here today, Ranif Lawrence is neither PNP nor GLP. Ranif Lawrence is a Jamaican that has the qualification, and based on qualification, based on meritocracy, that is the reason why he's selected. So who want faint, who want drop down, who want plan for runway, who want tell people lie, say them they are Canada and still are hiding in the country, want to continue hide, because I know some of cross carrier they are Jamaica. Bangarang, I still like me mix up, you know. PNP General Secretary Dr. Nathan Campbell has written on social media that he has been friends with Ranif Lawrence for over 20 years. And so what? Let me ask a question. And so what? So then, okay.
Andrew and Kamika.
Let me ask a question. Andrew Holness not have no friend. Jeannette Calder not have no friend. And you're going wicked to them now, people.
DPP.
Before we wicked to them, you know.
The DPP are them
No,
friends.
I'm not even going to the DPP. Me not going to the DPP. Here, I'm going to mash them up now, Jamaican people. Let me read it over. PNP General Secretary Nathan Campbell has written on social media that he has been friends with Ranif Lawrence for over 20 years. And so what? No, let me mash them up now.
Making it known, so that's no
Exactly.
no surprise this later.
Yeah.
He's making it known now because they know how the opposition
But-
or the
Hold on now.
government state.
Hold on now. Andrew Holness and Gavin. Andrew Holness never know Gavin over 20 years.
Yeah.
No, people want to ask you a question, you know. Did Andrew Holness know Gavin?
Yeah.
Because
Robert.
this is the information we have, you know. Andrew Holness know Gavin over 20 years.
Yeah.
And Andrew Holness make sure, say, him in the ministry had awarded how many contracts to Gavin, and by the certain rules and regulations, he should make that known.
Right.
So then now, what we know talk about yes or no? What we know talk about say yes or no?
Making it known from now.
Right?
So then I have nothing to write on.
So, as the PNP General is making it clear, right, on social media, but one of us about now, say, all right, since Dr. Nathan Campbell make it clear, did Andrew Holness make it clear with Gavin?
have fuss about it because Dr. Campbell bust them bubbles
Yes.
so they can run out with it.
Exactly.
As them PR stunt.
Yes.
For discredit.
For discredit.
PNP.
Exactly. If you say a PNP, so that. But let me ask a question. Did Andrew Holness reveal that him know Gavin over 20 years? Did he do that? Now find the people that have to find out before he talk. Now find the people that have to find out before he talk. You know, corrupted. For no corruption. You understand? No only spell with 2 R, you know. For no corruption spell with both 6 R in it, you know. For no corrupted. What is that? For them corruption. Spell with about 6 R in it. But 2 R. What is that do? What is that do? Then corrupt. What is that do, Pastor Ricky?
Corrupt, bad.
That not sound like a 6 R now. More you the 6 R. Mr. Then corrupted. No. Let us play this. Let us play it.
In a letter seen by Nationwide News, Ed Bartlett and Kamina Johnson-Smith told Justice Lawrence Beswick that they right to register particular and serious concerns held by their government colleagues. They indicate that they've taken note of a publication on the Integrity Commission's website which confirms the appointment of one Mr. Ranif Lawrence as Acting Director of Corruption Prosecution. Bartlett and the Johnson-Smith say they've also taken note of a social media post on January 26 this year by Dr. Dayton Campbell, which is being widely circulated. Dr. Campbell's post contained a photograph of him in the company of Ranif Lawrence at what appeared to be Lawrence's wedding. Bartlett and the Johnson-Smith note that Dr. Campbell provided context for the photograph in his description of Lawrence as his friend of over 20 years, dating back to their time at university on Chancellor Hall. They say that Justice Lawrence Beswick would be aware that Dr. Campbell is General Secretary of the PNP, which, at the risk of stating the obvious, is the JLP administration's main political adversary. Both Bartlett and the Johnson-Smith say it's a matter of public record that in late 2024, Dr. Campbell used a political platform to make particular comments about a case which it subsequently came to public attention was being considered for investigation by the Integrity Commission. Bartlett and the Johnson-Smith tell Justice Lawrence Beswick that they do not for a moment question the professional qualifications of Ranif Lawrence. They say also that neither they nor their government parliamentary colleagues are questioning any individual's constitutional right of association, nor do they seek to interfere in the operations of the Integrity Commission. However, they tell Justice Lawrence Beswick that as an eminent retired jurist, she would well appreciate the fact that justice should not only be done, but should be seen to be manifestly and demonstrably done, and that with respect to the Integrity Commission, the bar would undoubtedly be even higher. Bartlett and Johnson-Smith tell Justice Lawrence Beswick that prior to her appointment as Integrity Commission Chairman, there were utterances by certain members of the executive leadership of the Commission which raised questions in the public domain about fairness and the appearance of bias at the institution. They say that should not be ignored. Bartlett and Johnson-Smith say that given his 20-year friendship with the PNP General Secretary, any decision taken by Ranif Lawrence concerning members of the political fraternity will certainly be open to question. They say it's regrettable and unfortunate to have to register on behalf of their government parliamentary colleagues their serious concern about Ranif Lawrence's appointment as Acting Director of Corruption Prosecution at the Integrity Commission and his possible permanent appointment. George Davis for Nationwide News.
Okay, Judge Davis, JP operative. May want to ask you some questions now. Judge Davis, JLP operative. Now we're not talking about biasness, right? And transparency and justice must appears to be done. Let me ask a question to you, Judge Davis. The court, did the court find Darren guilty? to me now, George Davis. I'm Mystic Sensation. I ask you a question. You know. Come to me, George Davis. Did the court find Dalrymple guilty? And after the court found Dalrymple guilty, what did Andrew Holness do? What did Andrew Holness do? Andrew Holness make sure that Andrew Holness put her back on the political track.
But look at what Joe Money said.
Right? Now, Joe Money said which JLP member objected to Andrew wife being speaker. All right. Even that. Thank you, Joe Money. Thank you, Joe Money. Right? So look on that. Wouldn't to the fact that Mrs. Holness is the speaker of the house and look how corrupt it. God, put up that Joe Money thing there. Put up that Joe Money thing there. Why Joe Money just stick in my brain? Now, hear what Joe Money said. Which GLP member objected to Andrew wife being speaker? Now, make you speak on that. This is the art of the corruption. Andrew Holness, right, as it relates to under the radar of the Integrity Commission investigator. Likewise, Jeannette Holness, also under the microscope of investigation, under the surveillance microscope, right, as it relates to illicit enrichment. But yet, the wife of the Prime Minister, under those circumstances, as it relates to illicit enrichment, she became the Speaker of the House. Jack Davis, what you have to say about that? What you have to say about that? Wait until we go down further in the corruption. Now, Pastor Ricky, just come right into this space, young brother.
Yeah, it gets more interesting, and it's a shame because this is a Nottingburg, and this is ludicrous. This is nonsensical. This has no merit, and it's just meaningless that, you know, they had a meeting on Belmont Road 5 days ago on Monday, and the Prime Minister, in his anger and outbursts, used a lot of colorful language because they know that something is coming down the pipe from the IC. So listen, Norman Brown is the Prime Minister business partner for so many years before he became Prime Minister.
Look at that. Look how many examples.
And we see Norman Brown, according to the IC report, deposit $4 million of dirty money in the Prime Minister account, in an NCB account, at an ATM machine. Now, that's signs of money laundering to avoid the paper trail. He did not do an electronic transfer into the Prime Minister's account to avoid the paper trail. He did it at an ATM machine. And then on top of that, Norman Brown was given a position in the government, conflict of interest.
And they're talking about justice. Justice must appears to be done. Sorry to cut your Pastor. Go
ahead. Finish your thought. Because we're being them tonight.
No, you're silent in terms of your point. But here they are talking about justice must appears to be done. They know anything about justice. They have no integrity. They have lost their moral compass. Go ahead, Pastor Ricky.
Right. And then on top of that, Norman Brown took the IC to court because the Prime Minister set him up and tell him to do it, because he also was colluded with Norman Brown for him, also the Prime Minister, to take the IC to court. So when them attack these foolishness, listen, the Prime Minister is incompetent and he's a criminal, and you're going to get me started because I'm going to try to avoid calling him a criminal tonight. But listen, his behaviors, his conducts, his mensura, his intent. Did I say the word right, Sir Byron? Mensura? His mensura, his intent of how he planned and schemes and strategized how to be a criminal in the seat of a Prime Minister. Yes. Norman Brown withdrew his case against the IC because he knew it had no base, no merit to stand.
Exactly.
Now, I went to college in my undergrad degree program, met a lot of people in my cohort. Then I went to do my graduate degree in business, met a lot of people in my cohort, went to do another master's degree in divinity for ministry, met a lot of people in those cohort. You make
Yes.
friendships and relationships even on the job with co-workers as the years progresses.
There you
There
go.
is no evidence that Mr. Lawrence is compromised. There is no evidence that Mr. Lawrence will not work based upon his qualification and merits that justify why he should be the next DCP, Director of Corruption Prosecution. If you don't have nothing to hide, you shouldn't worry about anything like this. I drive on the streets. I stop at the light. Police is right next to me. Police sometimes is behind me. I don't panic and say, "Oh, police are next to me." What? Unless I'm guilty of something or I have a criminal, I'm a criminal or something. Listen, why are these people so afraid of the Integrity Commission? It's because they are criminals. I'm telling you, criminals are afraid of police. We grew up in this garrison at the ghetto in Jamaica. And when police have come, the whole will take some gully and take some fence and gone. Because we know if them catch we, a trouble we in what we are deal with. So unless you are a dirty person and a criminality in your life, you're afraid of investigators. And this is what's manifesting from the Prime Minister and his JLP party. All of them, they are all criminals. And I'm afraid of the Integrity Commission. I'm talking about Gensec Dr. Campbell having a friendship with someone he went to college 20 years ago. That is the most ridiculous. Listen, Kamika Prince is out. She got she got rejected. Them not make she sign no more contract. Them not renew our contract because she compromised her position by withholding an opportunity to refer the Prime Minister to be prosecuted to the DPP office. And as a result, this new chairperson, Justice Beswick, review a lot of files. And one last point. I believe before Justice Seymour Panton left, he had to give briefing to his counterpart who's coming in. Will you agree, Sir Byron, that when a person of that caliber leave a position and a new person come in, they give briefing and give them updates and give them files and what they're working on, what they're inherited. And I believe this lady knows that Kamika Prince is corrupt. And so she recognized that this lady, for the mold that she's going to fit and make at the Integrity Commission, for the new direction they're going in, you cannot have a corrupt, compromised person working in that space. So she rejected her and told her her term is up, null and void. You're out of here.
Wonderful.
And that's why they're so mad, because she is also a friend of the Prime Minister and the Jamaica Labour Party. That's what's the problem is. Kamika Prince is no longer there. And that's what their problem is. And they're panicking now because this new person that is now fulfilling the role is about business. And they know they're going to all go. I'm telling you, man, the Prime Minister is going to be the first person to go to prison as a Prime Minister in the history of Jamaica. Back over to you.
And thank you for that, Pastor Ricky. Everything that you're hitting the nail on the head, so much on point, right? Now, and this goes to show that, right, there's a turning point, as it relates to our criminal justice system right now, having Justice Lawrence Beswick at the helm of the Integrity Commission, right? And I think God is working in the midst.
Amen.
I can tell you, Pastor Ricky,
Amen,
that Father God is working in the midst, right? Because guess what? Enough is enough.
Amen.
And this Prime Minister had taken advantage of the Jamaican people, right? His knees are in the necks of the Jamaican people. And Father God is protecting the Israelites. And so then we are happy that Father God is in the midst. The pendulum has been shifted. Now, we are going to get into Jean and Panton situation, people. And I want to set the stage before I touch Jean and Panton situation, because I have seen few people, right, making statement to say that Jean and Panton, right, should be free. People, you have to understand, as it relates to reverse psychology, you have to understand Jean and Panton's role that she played in this thing. Jean and Panton has been involved from 2010. I want to make people understand that. 2010. Colliding with Mark Croskery and Hugh Croskery from 2010. Prior to Bolt get involved, Jean and Panton was there stealing before Bolt even put his money inside there. Tonight we are going to prove it. Jean and Panton is not innocent. Jean and Panton is to go to prison. Right? And so then what we see is that the system is designed in a way now to use the Kroll report, set it up in a way so that the DPP, right, automatically did not reveal that information, because that is what the defense is going to use to fly the gate for Jean and Panton. And then everybody get away with what happened to the investors. And people, if they have their way, you are going to see they use that, and Jean and Panton free like a bird, because it is all in the making. It's all in the plot. Don't make them deceive you. Tonight, I am going to show it to you. Right? The lawyers, Jean and Panton lawyers, right? Paul Llewellyn, the Prime Minister, Mark Croskery, Hugh Croskery, they are all in the same boat. The same way how you look at Mark Croskery is the same way you need to look at Jean and Panton. Anyway, you're the Jean and Panton and you hear me. Yes, a mystic sensation, I say that. Because you're a thief. You're a criminal. And you deserve to go to prison. We are not going to give you any love around here. Not on this channel. Because you are a criminal. And what you have done is vicious against your own brothers and sisters. You're not going to get any love around here. Mystic sensation, I tell you that. Now, I am going to show you, as it relates to the Prime Minister, you understand, might be sending a signal, right, to us, as it relates to, of course, sending some signal, right, might be to the Titan boss and myself to say he's not a draft player, right? He's a chess player. We know that he's addressing us. You want us to know that he's not a draftist. He's the player of chess. I want you to listen to the Prime Minister. And then we get midnight juggling, because we're going to bust in bubbles.
He's a poor chess player.
That we as a draftist also know how to play chess. And we are good at it.
He's a poor chess player. Don't pay him no money.
All right. So let us hear what the Prime Minister, right, is telling Jamaica how of a strategist he is. And that is why people have to know that the Prime Minister planned all of this. The Prime Minister is the mastermind. From the first instant, the Prime Minister did not sign the code of conduct because he know that he planned to execute this. So I want you to listen to the Prime Minister telling you that he's a master strategist.
Has pursued a very strategic foreign policy in the same way we have pursued very strategic economic policies. If it is one thing that you can be certain of for a small open economy like Jamaica is that we will have shocks, exogenous shocks, things that happen outside of and beyond our control. In the past, we used to hope that good friendships will come to our rescue. In the past, there are those who believe the world owed us something. That is not my stance, and I have not run this government in that way. We must be prepared for shocks, and we must be resilient. We must be able to absorb the hit and recover. And we must put ourselves in a position to always be welcomed at the table to negotiate. And where we have our truths and strong positions, we must speak them clearly, without fear, to authority and powers. And we do it without bombast, hysterics, and hyperbole. And we get the job done. As we have for the last 9 years at the helm of this country. Carrying Jamaica through the worst pandemic, the worst global shocks as a result of the pandemic, through a hurricane, followed by a tropical storm, all kinds of shocks. And what used to take us 30 years and 17 years to recover, we recover momentarily. So for those who take this for granted and would wish to diminish it and believe that there is something else, let me urge you to think carefully. This is a new world, an uncertain world, but Jamaica stands on its 2 feet, erect and proud. We will secure our economic independence. We have placed ourselves in strategic positions to be heard and to be heard from and to be consulted. You have a government that is thinking very carefully, very strategically.
That's why the code of conduct.
I play chess, not draft. Jamaica has pursued a very strategic foreign policy in the same way we have pursued very strategic economic policies. If it is one thing that you can be certain of for a small, open economy like Jamaica.
Okay. So you hear that? Prime Minister play chess, him not play draw. Well, if you believe that he's a bigger strategist than Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, take him to make the travel advisory.
Yeah.
Reduce. Tell him to make the level 3 reduce.
Or disappear.
Tell him if him king say him is a better strategist than Marco Rubio and Donald Trump. Squeezing his balls. Tell him to make the level 3 travel advisory drop. United States, I tell him now what people, listen to me, I'm going to say something now. Remember what happened to Noriega in Panama? Remember that, you know. Remember that you have heard this and mystic sensation, you know. We talk about Panama and Noriega and what United States had done with Noriega, right? So now, Prime Minister, you telling Jamaica that you don't play draft, you play chess, and you're telling Jamaica that you're a top strategist. So we understand that is the reason why, right, you never signed the code of conduct. You understand? Now, just imagine coming out and telling people that you stand on your 2 legs. Stand on your 2 legs where? You're crawling on your face right now. Where is Tufton? Where is Christopher Tufton? Eh? Christopher Tufton is in the Philippines. Doing what? Begging for nurses and doctors. Let me stand up. Talk to me now. How you stand tall? Eh? And what you do with the Cuban nurses and doctors then? You open the back door and tell them to leave. Then you stand tough. I stand tall. We know who you are. We know who you are, crawling on your face. Now, I am going to show you something. I am going to show you something. Now, watch this now. Let me get back to Jeannette Calder. I'm going to show Jamaica. Right? Never you believe that Jeannette Calder is someone who is honest. The same disgust that you have with Andrew Holness, that you have with Mark Croskerry, that you have with Hugh Croskerry, is the same disgust that you need to have with Jeannette Calder. As a matter of fact, Jeannette Calder assists them. She's the trigger to the disaster what we have. Now, let me bring up the first document to show the people. SSL alleged fraudster to seek bail ahead of May 2026. Now, I'm going to show you the strategy, people. Let me open your eyes. One of them come out and tell me, say, I'm you're going. Now, April 7, 2025, when I look at this, people, SSL alleged fraudster to seek bail ahead of May 2026 trial date. See the thief there? See the old dirty witch there? Criminal. Head of her trial that is scheduled for May 4, 2026 in connection to her alleged role in the multi-billion-dollar fraud at investment firm Stocks and Security Limited. Jeannette Calder is to make another bid for bail on July 28, 2025. Calder, who has been in custody since February 2023, was denied bail by 2 High Court judges that same year, one doing so in February and another in April. The developments relative to dates for trial and the renewed bail application occurred when the former SSL Wealth advisor appeared for a case management hearing in the Home Circuit Court in downtown Kingston late last month. Calder faces 22 charges, including falsification of accounts. So people, I want you to understand the nature of the charges. Look at the nature of the charges. And don't be naive to say that this woman, you understand, that they must release this woman. This woman must go to prison and should go to prison. And also, right, all those who involved. So we are going to get and clarify certain things to the people tonight. Calder faces 22 charges, including falsification of accounts. People want to bear that in mind. Forgery and larceny. When you hear that, people, right? It simply means that the evidence that they had collected that mounting up to 22 charges, including what? Falsification of accounts. Yes, she did do this. She did do this in collusion with Mark Croskerry and Hugh Croskerry. She did do it. She do this for them. Totally complicit. Forgery and larceny. At the hearing, High Court Judge Justice Jeannette Graham Allen also ordered that a trial readiness hearing should commence on November 13, 2025. According to local media reports, one of Calder's attorney, this is where now the wolf want to place over the people's eyes. One of Calder's attorneys is trying to access a copy of the Kroll audit report, which was ordered by the Finance and the Public Service Ministry that was then led by Dr. Nigel Clark. Now, let me talk now, people. The fact of this matter, yes, she being the defendant, she should have access to the Kroll report. That's no lie. Okay. That's no lie. But I'm going to show the people where it's set. The system set it for her to walk, to get away with all what she had done, because they don't want Calder to really testify. They don't want Calder to testify. Let me explain this to the people before we move on. is asking for the Kroll audit report. Pantan lawyer knows very well that this Kroll report is not good for Pantan. People know you what I say? I want you to listen to me. I want any lawyer run out and tell me something wrong. Pantan lawyer know that the Kroll report, the revelation of the Kroll report is not going to be good for his client. Because what is going to reveal as it relates to the Pantan participation. And so then Pantan participation, the Kroll audit report is going to convict. It's going to convict Pantan. But in strategy, people, in strategy, we're going to show you the strategy now. We're going to show you the strategy, what they are using. So they know that the Kroll report, you understand, is not good for Pantan. But that is not the issue. The issue is as it relates to what all of them plan, the Prime Minister and the whole of them, particularly the DPP. The DPP knows that. Guess what? Certain information as it relates to the process of recovery should be handed over to the defendant. But deliberately, Parliamentary did not do that. Parliamentary is using that so that Pantan can get off. So Parliamentary and the prosecutor want to make it look like she's out to prosecute Pantan. But Parliamentary doesn't want to prosecute Pantan. She really wants to save Pantan. She wants to give Pantan a key for Pantan to exit. So then, what Parliamentary has done is to not reveal or hand over the Kroll report to Jeannette Pantan lawyer. So now that Jeannette Pantan can use it as a getaway card. Let me show you the evidence, people. Take away that honey. They think they are going to fool us. Me now make them fool the people. Me now going to make them fool the people. Let me show the people where they are going. So the question we ask, people, we want to get wise. What is the consequence of failure to disclose evidence? We want to ask the question now. What is the consequence of failure to disclose evidence? Let me show the people what the consequence is, and this is what Parliamentary is using. This is what they are using in order to crush the case, make Pantan work, that Pantan must not give any evidence, right, to, guess what, pull down Andrew Holness in it, pull down Mark Krasker in it, and pull down you Krasker in it. Let us show you the evidence. Document. Consequence of failure to disclose evidence. Busting the bubbles tonight. Here it is, people. In Jamaica, if a prosecutor fail to hand over evidence during discovery, earlier I said recovery, sorry my people, discovery. In Jamaica, if a prosecutor fail to hand over evidence during discovery, it can lead to several consequences. Let us look at it, including potential dismissal of charges. This is what Parliamentary set up. A mistrial or even a reversal of conviction, depending on the severity and impact of the failure. More on to the seating of people for themselves. Seating people in Jamaica, if prosecutors fail to hand over evidence during discovery, it can lead to several consequences, including potential dismissal of charges and mistrial, or even a reversal of conviction, depending on the severity and impact of the failure. take it away. I want to show people the cleverly that is going on. And so then, deliberately, Paula Llewellyn would have known this. Paula Llewellyn, who has been the DPP from 2008 and have tried many cases, prosecute many cases, would have known this. She would have known. And so then deliberately, to save the government, to save the embarrassment of the government, did not hand over this evidence, giving Jean and Panton lawyers the opportunity now to use Kroll report to say it was not handed over, and so then they are seeking a dismissal of the case.
Because they cannot afford for her to.
Because they cannot afford for her to testify, people.
Too much.
Don't let them put the wolves over your eyes. That's why they don't want social media like myself, being lonesome, Andre Stevens, right? Hot Topic, right? Anessa Belrose, right? Kamala, right? And
Aromatic.
Talk to my team. That's why they don't want us to speak on social media. We are opening this, and we are telling them that Parliament leave the hot seat, knowing to the fact that showing discovery, she should have handed over all those evidence, including the Kroll report. Now, let me show you the evidence, people, as it relates to what the Kroll report had recommended. The Kroll report recommended charges to be laid. Let us go to the Kroll report. Yes, you have bust them bubbles and open the walls. And Holness, you're 100% pure evil. But I am telling you, Father God is in the midst. You are not going to get away with this. You are not going to get away with this. Let us go to the consolidated report and show the people the investigation. Let us go to the consolidated report. Now, my people, let us go straight to 4.0. The other day, I called my origin a topic, and I was talking about 4.0. So I'm going to take it now to my people. Here it is, people. Here it is. As I mentioned in my opening budget presentation, this is Nigel Clark in March 2023 and again in March 2024 with respect to the investigation into SSL. The policy position of the government is that we will make available whatever resources are required to ensure a thorough, fair, complete, and independent investigation. On no say the whole of that a lie. We will also leave no stone unturned. On no say that a lie, right? We will also follow the evidence where it may lead. On no say that a lie too. And seek international assistance. But them see Kroll. Right? And you know, so them lie about the FBI. Because they don't really want the FBI in this now. If the FBI were coming at this, all of them would have popped up themselves. This is the policy that has been implemented. It went some bold with them dirty lion and Conway. As previously updated, Kroll Associate UK Limited, a renowned international investigation firm, was engaged to undertake an independent forensic audit to understand the facts relating to the fraud perpetrated at Stocks and Security Limited over the period 2010 to 2023. The company was selected because it did not have any connection in Jamaica and because its vast experience given the complexity of the matter. There's no complexity in the matter, you know. The only complexity of the matter is because the Prime Minister involved in this and many JLP who have an account in this. This is not getting complicated. The matter not complicated. It's simple to me that people that think need to do their investigation. More need to do their investigation. Lock up who them feel lock up. You understand? But them now go lock up who them feel lock up because the Prime Minister involved. So because the Prime Minister involved, the matter get complicated. All of a sudden, the matter get complicated. I mean, local police could have investigated this and come out with serious results, right? Them never have to spend taxpayers' money and get tried. That is just go around the circles and go around the clock and try to wind up Jamaican people, right? And talk about complexity. You understand? Because the DPP are talking about the case complex too, you know. No. The company was selected because it did not have any connection in Jamaica and because its vast experience, given the complexity of the matter. The volume of transactions, the number of accounts held by clients, and the number of bank accounts held by the SSL network of companies. Now, the Kroll team, working with the support of the government agencies, including the FID and FSC, utilized technology, data analytics, and forensic expertise to produce a comprehensive and independent report of its findings in November 2023. Watch out, people. The Kroll report has confirmed that the suspected fraudulent activity and mismanagement at SSL, you hear that, people? Mismanagement at SSL, including Jeannette Calder, including Hugh Croskery, and including Mark Croskery, and its related parties were much broader than initially understood. We want to understand the report, young people. Now, with the benefit of this report, their own investigations and through collaboration with other law enforcement agencies, the FID has publicly reported that a file was submitted to the office of the Director of the Public Prosecution, who stood on money for the consideration of what? Criminal charges. The procedure publicly reported that a file, so Kroll completed the investigation, you know, submitted to the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for the consideration of what? Criminal charges against what? Individuals linked to the SSL network of companies or companies pursuant to the Procedure of Criminal Act. Take that away. So we talk to the people now. We talk to the people.
But let me say something about that before you go any further.
Yes.
Because the people who invested their money in SSL got defrauded. But I want Jamaicans to see the bigger picture.
Yes.
Because Jamaicans on a whole got defrauded as well. Because millions of our dollars was paid over to Kroll of taxpayers' money for this report, and we have not gotten the report. This is like when you're going to somewhere and you spend your money and then you come out without your goods. So this is what has happened. So the Jamaican people on a whole got defrauded by the government as well, because taxpayers' money was used to pay for this report that we have not gotten.
Yes, and apart from that, only remember that NHT, right, NIS, right, and several other, right, entities the contributions of people were put in there, so and we don't know.
People got defrauded as well on a whole.
We don't know if those monies were secure. We don't know, right? And so then we can't believe the Andrew Holness administration is saying that yes, those monies were secured. We cannot believe them. You know that they are liars.
We need to demand the report because our money paid for it.
So yes, we have. So the question that we are asking, right? Who were those persons who recommended to be charged? We don't know. So then let me ask: is Parliamentary dealing with transparency?
No.
Eh? No, never. Can never. Is the government dealing with transparency in this matter? No, can never. Who are those persons recommended to be charged? We don't know. Parliament sit down on the Kroll report. That's why the case must not proceed until at least the public have some understanding of the Kroll report and understand the intricacies there within. You can't use taxpayers' money. You can't use my money and take my money to buy a car for your own self and don't give me the car then. So then if you use my money, you understand, we go and get a report. You understand? We need to see the report. The public need to see the report. So let me just pass this over to you, Pastor Ricky, based on what we presented. What say you?
Yeah, I totally agree with you that there is a plot and a scheme to try to get this case dismissed. And two things that developed within the last 2 weeks. Number one, Jeannette Calder lawyers are now requesting the Kroll report after 2 years. And, I mean, what kind of attorney these are? They should have already knew. Everybody know that there's a Kroll report. Then number two, this case has been pushed to May of 2026 next year. More than a year from now, a year from now as of next month. But then the DPP is scheduled to retire in 5 months. So as we predicted, she cannot prosecute this case. So she kicked the can down the road to incoming DPP. Then number three, Comrade Leader Mark Golan is going to win the general election. And he publicly stated, and he can't take back his word, and I don't expect him to take back his word because he's a man of high integrity, and the whole country is holding him to that standard. He publicly stated on a platform at a MP presentation that it pain him in him heart to know that I'm robbed both money, and him, quote unquote, I got form a commission inquiry into the SSL Ponzi scheme that we're talking about. So he made that commitment to form a commission to inquiry. In other words, to look into every development and phases as it relates to the SSL Ponzi scheme. So even though the can is kicked down the road till May 26, Comrade Mark Golan will take the reins of government as soon as they call a general election, hopefully before December 2025. So the question is, will he form a commission immediately when he takes the reign of government, or will he wait till after May 26 court trial? Because it appears that, as you eloquently stated, Sir Byron, the DPP has set the stage for them to dismiss the case. And the Kroll forensic audit investigators already identify individuals with an S, plural. That means it's more than one person. So right now they only have one person in custody as the culprit that they're saying is responsible. But the Kroll associates forensic investigations identify individuals, meaning that there are other culprits in the scheme. So let's see now if Comrade Leader Mark Golan is going to really put his foot to the metal and form this commission. He can form the commission as soon as he takes the reign of government. Nothing is wrong in doing an inquiry because it's not an investigation. It's just to gather some facts. So she's attempting to get this case thrown out. And this is one of the problems I had with the Jamaica judiciary process over the years. Police not show up for court case. Them not have the right documents. Documents missing. Witnesses sick. All kind of things them do for short cases in Jamaica. And it just goes to show the corruption of the prosecution office in Jamaica to do these things. But really and truly, Jeannette Calder should be prosecuted, and I agree with you, because theft is theft, stealing is stealing. Thou shalt not steal is one of the 10 commandments. She admit she's guilty of taking 20% of 4.1 million. So on record, she already admitted to stealing. Now there's a total of 31 million US dollars, and with the taxes from NHT, NIS, NHF, and the Banana Board, everything accumulates to be $4.5 billion worth of heist, the greatest heist in the history of Jamaica, the biggest scandal, the SSL scandal in the history of Jamaica that supersede any other Ponzi scheme scandal in Jamaica. So this case has to be tried. This case has to be prosecuted. Many more people including the Prime Minister, the Kroskis, his son and the father and son, and the CEO for NCB and others that are involved in SSL should be brought to justice. The Jamaican people should be repaid of their money that they put into NHT to purchase their house, NIS for health insurance, and the banana board for the farmers, and the National Health Fund. Those people should be compensated, and their money should be repaid back to them. So it's going to take a new audit, forensic audit, to identify all the individuals in Jamaica that put money into these agencies that has been stolen. And then as it relates to both, should be, and not on top of that, Sir Byron, they were in a Ponzi scheme and was promised interest upon their investments. So technically, these people are owed a lot of money when you accumulate the interest that is compound to their investments. So I don't know how they won't be able to prosecute this case. They have to prosecute it. Even if the DPP set it up for it to be dismissed and thrown, she should go to prison for this, because this show you that she's part of the corruption, and we've been calling for her to go to prison if she tamper with this case. And she's leaving office in September, so that means the Constitution powers has been taken away from her. The moment she demits office, she's no longer protected by the Jamaican Constitution. So she should be very extremely careful of the decisions she makes, because when the new commission is formed for the inquiry into this, if evidence show that she tampered with this and set it up for Jeannette to walk, she should be held accountable. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
All right. Well, good. Let me bring Sister P in this space right now. Sister Pat, go ahead.
Good night, Pastor Richie. Good night.
Come on, blessing, Sister P.
Mystic sensation.
Blessing.
Well, my 2 cents is it. First thing I want to say, give God thanks. We are alive. Thank you for the prayer, Pastor Ricky. Now, I am asking Mark Walden and the PMP, everybody like PMP, stop over nationwide.
Amen.
Agreed.
If you have in a meeting and they want to come, then come. But when they ask question, answer them directly. No, Mr. Draws Davis, so you may talk more here. I can't find adjective to style you. No, what is it that Jamaican people have done you? That you have give them shit water to drink.
Amen.
And when people talk, you know, hide it. The young man come out and speak, and the Board of Water Commission, there sit JLP representative, there sit PMP representative, and all of them come to one conclusion because the fact is there. And you come out like you want to piece up a young man. I want to ask no question. What is it that this Prime Minister has for Uno? Why Uno put away journalism and turn vlogger with JLP? It a go harm to me, because me I tell the Jamaican people them say, when PMP win, any company who work, we not go support it. Any company we hear say we are part of it, if we want to serve in there, if we want to on board it, we not go support that. Right? He's our name, our prince, our name. It alleged that he's the sister, she's the daughter of the late Ernest Smith. It's alleged.
Oh.
So she and the Prime Minister, they are a friend for a long time. So you are going to take time and date and camera about him and man a friend, and him and is a friend. And to Holness and him and you this year a friend, and you have him on board. Last year in an election, Dean Jones when him a St. Thomas, see a rundown man with gun, and he don't get no charge. That ripple thief and I admit it. I'm still in a parliament. What happened to you people? What happened to you? A prime minister of 28 accord and gonna give a code fee. Eh? Come on, but PMP and Jamaica people back, man. You sick them up. The same prime minister said, every poor man, we have them castle. And I've been seeing one take bulldozer down people house. After I land like I'm woman in too far and let the game. When we wake up, the next thing we are born in Jamaica, 90, nearly 100 human being life at stake. But they say target. No, me not so bright. When you shoot the target, you have something where you plan for.
Yeah,
So all of them people that when they go on a target, that means to say that then go to kill them because they are targeted operation. We not take with an idiot. If a man a ball a ball in a cricket, and we wicket him go after. He wicket him ball after. And every time we go kill the people them pipe gun pound. One policeman said, the policeman was armed with a warrant. What is a warrant? And a piece of paper. And you armed with warrant. And you shoot man and you kill them. No, people who wake up. If the Constitution said, if a person committing self or herself or themselves, then commit it against the state. So once you have the opportunity to bring them in, you bring them in and make them face the judge. Let the chips lie where it fall. No, them are going to target people and kill them and I say this. Why not lock up the Prime Minister? Lock up Mr. Chang, lock up Darren Vaz, lock up Mantiq. Look on your mother criminal we have in our government. Eh? Look on the containers as we come there. What people feel fool? No, container, that's the one shit. The container drop there and drop them, try and take out whatever take out and left the rest there.
Exactly.
Right? I don't take with a fool. I hope I talk to them people. You see, police, young man and soldier, even the man will come from JDF, will come from national TV, contact some bull crap. When you're not trained, yes, you do one is this, sir. We want to ask too. When all those training where you have to go through, to reach where you reach, did you see Andrew one is there? Why you allow people to tarnish you? All of them were tarnished by the JLP party, you know. Not going to talk up one side, you know. One liar now get no work. One doctor down to Mr. Thomas away name. Where he said, Senate, did you remember the word where you said? If you're a doctor, sir, people have do-do. Filled in a water drinker because of politics you're trying to hide it. When Jamaica people no. And you want me to chat to you too. Because you're only privileged to be a prime minister. You are the chief servant, you're not my boss. Near your boss, and you take your teeth, boy, what have my money. You're no boss. What does it the people vote you in? Why you turn upon them? Why then do you? Why you so cruel and heartless? Didn't you hear that it is easier for a camel to go to the iron eagle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of God? Nationwide, me sorry for you, know. Me sorry for you, know. Kana Thomas, how your name? Look how you're pretty. Look how you're sexy. Look how you're good looking. And you make me all cross them. Eh? Look back at this use mouth. A chippy like in a milk piece pot. And they have you tarnish you. You're a young pretty girl with your future ahead. But when you stay a nationwide and get mixed up in that. When PMP win, nobody no want to know that foreign they refuse to know. I just can't tell you, I want to put on a machine there and I'm not sure people like, no, sir. You are qualified academically, but no. I'll find something to turn you down. You know what about a place the whole water commission. No matter how we fool. If Mr. Swebe even want water commission, and he want 1.5 million 1 year alone in there. Who in there first?
Exactly.
That's
the
what we
question.
talk about.
That's the question.
That's what we talk about. Me tell you no. When you tell the man to call the election, call the election. Don't do what the man that a Florida. The man, when I do the chairmanship, you know, you're the court where man tell you about the plan. To let the people them, free them up. You see, man, style the prime minister. Right there, face him, boy, you Google. You couldn't even back it. Let my fear, let my people go free. We can't know. We can't know. Security officer, the court and security officers, to get them back money from 2023. And until now, some dead, some now, but they don't get $1.
Look at that.
And who knows, see that Peter? Mr. Baltimore port with one bus. One bus with 200,000 people in Jamaica. What can go so? We are idiots. What can go so?
Tell us, Sister Pat.
Look at the school them.
Crazy.
Never pick the high school and graduate everybody enter the high school. Up till now, we don't get one book rental. Talk about those things they talk about. Those things the Prime Minister launched three program to fix road. 1 year reach, you can move. 1 year sparks, it can light. And another one come again. And then you can move. And where you take with a idiot?
I tell you.
And Holness, Jeannette Calder, and the entire Jamaica Labour Party. Tell you something from my heart. Few one in the Labour Party is not in an anti-Holness or foolishness. But because I'm afraid of the murder, I'm afraid for that. But it better you're dead for something or live for nothing.
True.
You if you come out and tell Andrew Holness, say what? This a party here, you can see me in here, you walk through the back door. Barrett, when you call him Edmund Bartlett, you in a Labour Party from when? Tell the man the truth, he's not bigger than you. You're one of the founding fathers. You disrespect Mike Henry. You disrespect me and Hardly Sham, Manayard, and take over my party. I'm most of the party. I'm most of the country. You want to send me the Cuban doctor plus their visa, but I tell you, you see that visa there? You're going to get a one-way ticket upon it. Anyway, my common friend, I yield back to our next caller.
All right, bless
tired
him.
of them, man. Tired of them, Byron. Tired of them.
Yeah, man, we know. Exactly. Time come. All right, that was
Sister P.
As always. Now, all right. Now, let me say this to Jamaica in terms of the clips that we are going to play, because we know that these clips that I'm going to play right now are going to bring a lot of emotions. One of the reasons why I'm playing these clips, right, to show, right, is to the fact that as it relates to, okay, let me.
It was calling before.
Okay. Yes, my brethren, Mystic Sensation Live, you're on. Hello?
Yes, Mystic Sensation. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Can you turn down? You need to turn down the device in your background.
Yes. Good night.
Yes, good night, my friend.
Blessings.
I can make a quick suggestion and say.
Yes.
The reason why anti-police don't want to address the water system and all of them, he don't want to call the election. He want a pandemic to break out. But that's the only thing can stop the election. You know? That's the only thing can start the election, a pandemic or a state of emergency for the country to break out. So when you say my chess player, you really are playing chess. But if you want a pandemic to break out, that's the country have come to a standstill and close down, just like the pandemic that break out. And stop the country from close down the other day. This is what it do. And it's wicked. And you're going to the last, going to kill half of the people, kill out the country just to stay in power.
We don't want to come out of power. They want to kill all the people. Them. Just like when using the police them, and the police them can't kill enough. Right? So therefore I use the water system now. Kill all the people. Them. See, Cuba that them gone now. We don't have nobody for help now. So this is the trick. You might bring off to mash up the country. That's not election can call. Okay, and I'm out. Thank you very much.
It's a point to consider.
Well, the shootings and stuff, you want the people to retaliate, and then instead of
exactly. Thank you, Carla. Appreciate it.
State of emergency in the country.
Yes, sir.
People are not stupid anymore.
Blessings, blessings.
All right. So let me just warn before I play these clips and I want to just create a mindset here. The reason why I'm playing these clips is to show that we have seen an increase as it relates to Chinese population in Jamaica. And we are very much concerned about that, right? As it relates to how corrupt this government is. And when you have a corrupted government dealing with Chinese, particularly BRI loan system, right? It can be devastating. However, highlighting this about China, right? I am not saying that the IMF or the World Bank is any better. So people must understand where I'm going. And that is why I'm going to show the atrocities as it relates to how Chinese, you understand? Let me say, you understand, some Chinese, let me say it correctly, some Chinese think about black people, right? And also, I am going to show as it relates to how Europe also think about black people. So I'm saying that when we are dealing with China, or we are dealing with IMF or World Bank or, you know, any farmer loan assistance, the government cannot be corrupt. Because indeed, we have to trade with them. So we want to make that clear. We have to trade. But our government cannot be corrupt. Because when the government corrupt, they have difficulty in paying the loan. What I want to show people is that, remember, right, that our total deficit that we owed was $2.3 trillion. But what we have as it relates to, you know, trillions of dollars unaccounted for, we have $3 trillion unaccounted for. So if we just quickly factor that, right, where that is concerned, right, now we would have roughly about $700 billion to spare, right, or $600 billion to spare. So when you look at that, you realize how corruption is very serious and why it is that we are not to be corrupted. China situation is not going to help us. It is not like, okay, all right, China want to help black people, and so then they are spending the money. No, China have interest. China have interest. The very same interest that China have is the very same interest IMF have. Right? They want our natural earth material. And where the backside is coming. So I want to play that. Right? And I want to show you as it relates to the brutality that done with both of them. So I am playing all of this clip. As I said, it's very emotional. Let me warn. A lot of people are going to upset. But at the same time, I am saying that, yes, we have to trade with them, right? Because that's the market, supply and demand. But we cannot be fooled and believe that they are coming to our rescue. China is not coming to our rescue. Europe is not coming to our rescue. It is we ourselves. We ourselves have to uplift ourselves and have to hold our government accountable. And that's why Michael Manley preach about self-sustenance. Right? Plant what we eat what we grow what we eat. And so then you see the importance of democratic socialism. Right? So I am showing you and warning you before I play this clip. I am going to show you as it relates to how some Chinese think about black people. Now watch this clip, people. Very disturbing. Very disturbing. Watch this clip.
In February 2020, a shocking video surfaced in China. Off camera, someone is giving African children sentences to repeat. It was posted on a Chinese social media account called, get this, Jokes About Black People Club. Some people were laughing. Others were outraged. The word the kids are using is Heigui, which could be translated as black monster or black devil, but really, it's the Chinese equivalent of the N-word. When the online controversy died down, I couldn't move on. As a black person living in China at the time, the video was stuck in my head. Where was it shot? Why was it made? Who was it who took a bunch of happy, excited kids and made them chant something so demeaning? In China, it's become a thing to send personalized greeting videos on social media and messaging apps. Happy birthday. Congrats on your wedding. These videos typically sell for anything between $10 and $70.
I love Monday.com.
What's Monday.com?
You don't know Monday.com? This is Monday.com.
For some weird reason, videos featuring Africans have become especially popular. Lots of them show young kids standing around a blackboard, shouting greetings in Chinese. The content can be innocent enough. But some of them are, well, the low IQ video is the worst example we've seen, but it's part of a huge industry. Our first challenge was to figure out where this was filmed. By scanning hundreds of similar videos for clues, we managed to pin the low IQ video to a country, Malawi, and even to a village, Njewa, just outside the capital, Lilongwe. Armed with this information, Malawian journalist Henry Mahango set off for the village. Sure enough, he found a Chinese man making videos with kids. The locals called him Susu. He was paying the kids about $50 a day to perform, including on days when they were supposed to be in school. While Henry was investigating on the ground, I was still following the clues online. We found 2 social media accounts that were regularly posting videos from the same village featuring the same man. On one of them, we found a photo of an ID card indicating that the man's real name was Lu Ke. Shushu, which means uncle in Chinese, was just a nickname that Lu Ke used with the kids.
Uncle and Susu.
So is this guy Susu the one who made the low IQ video? In an effort to find out more about Susu, Henry and I set off for another village, Kamwendo, where he'd spent several years making videos with local kids. I was keen to speak to the family of one young boy in particular. He was a prolific performer in Susu's videos, known across Chinese social media as Xiao Gula. He was a cute kid, such a natural performer that he became a poster boy for the industry. Even now, you can see him giving the thumbs up in adverts for Chinese blessing videos. It didn't take long to find Xiao Gula and his mum. The boy's real name is Bright. He's now 6.
Can you tell us anything about Shushu?
Amaritina zikala kuita kalilika pangachina chako matatatengo matikopula zibawo
Nikakamucho tsapa bwana ekuno. Amabwera aso nukamura. Nikamurenga machikana. Ndene so nchoni kwereka mtima mwana. Kwa mapindu lake osaliona.
I was upset by Susu's treatment of Bright, but not surprised. Again and again, he'd used these kids as props for his own ego, as poverty porn, as commodities that could be made to sing and dance for profit. We'd learned a lot about Susu and how he worked. Now, it was time to find out if he'd made the low IQ video. We asked the Chinese colleague, Paul, to arrange a meeting and wear a hidden camera. Posing as a businessman wanting to commission some video ads, Paul got Susu talking about the industry.
你不要对他嘻嘻哈哈，就是说怎么很好的朋友，到最后千万不要可怜他们，你要记住这个东西，千万不要可怜他们，不管是他们家里怎样了，不要可怜他们，这是最主要，你把这句话放在心里，对待黑人，行了。
In another meeting, Paul showed him the low IQ video and asked if he made it.
有这个，这是我的，这个是你的。
He said this was mine.
这个是你的。哦，错，这个不是我的。
Hold on.
跟我一块的那个朋友拍的，回去了。
It looks as though he'd let a secret slip.
这个我建议你删掉，因为现在在。他在群朋友圈里面。我知道，我建议你手机不要留这个东西，不要给黑人看到这个东西。
He knows it was a controversial thing.
Near the village of Njewa, Henry had incredibly managed to find some of the children who were filmed in the low IQ video.
You know you?
That's you?
We sat with one of the fathers and one of the grandmothers to tell them how Susu was making money with these videos, and to translate for them the racist words that their children had been told to repeat.
Yellow pack.
Natida kutika nawo kubereka kulera temunthu akangochoka uko kumadzapanga business anawo
wasalupirako vimene akaonetsa wanathuwa kuti ngovulika pakhomo pawo
kunangofunika kuti munthu amene atachoka dera linoli.
It was time to speak to Susu ourselves.
哎，你好，当地的小孩子们都叫你叔叔是吗？
是的。
那你在这里拍这些视频的原因是什么呢？
因为想传播一种中国文化、音乐、舞蹈，这里都包括已经中国的文字、汉语you know 文字、中国文字，还有可以唱中国歌，然后又跳舞，这个意思。
他们说你曾经会打过小孩子们，
打过小孩子，
用你的手，对，
我没有
是吗？
对，这是一个误会。
让这些小孩子们说我是黑贵智商体，这是你拍的吗？
这不是我拍的，那真的不是我拍的。
而且你要利用这些小孩子们，知道吗？这算是剥削，你知道吗？你要剥削这些小孩子们，这是对的吗？
你说完了没有？我没有剥削他们。
So it just feels like this isn't productive anymore. He's not going to admit anything else.
The end of our investigation was bittersweet. Yes, we had disrupted one operation by one man. But this industry is still growing, with real kids like Bright being exploited every day for the entertainment of people far, far away.
Our jobs are like a calling.
We're on it.
Now, as I said, that we have to speak about self-efficiency as it relates to loving ourselves. Now, that is, that sleeps into the Chinese culture, right, as it relates. So many of them think about black, but that is the Chinese situation. Let us go to Europe and show you something even worse. So I am not saying, right, as it relates to speaking about Chinese alone, I am also showing you the Europe side of viciousness. So then there is no love for us. It is we who have to build ourselves and strengthen ourselves. And when we are dealing with them, we have to put ourselves first. And so then, this is the reason why we have to hold Andrew Holness. Hold Andrew Holness government, right, to ensure that we get rid of corruption so that we are not being manipulated by these people. And Andrew Holness government is allowing this. Look on this situation. It is history, but it is important. Horrible truth that they tried to erase from history. This is what they tried to erase from history. We are going to show it.
European colonialism is one of the darkest chapters in history, a gripping tale of exploitation, greed, and inhumanity that still affects us today. We'll be discussing the infamous King Leopold II of Belgium and his ruthless rule over the Congo Free State. Now, I know history might seem boring to some, but trust me, this story is far from dull. It's about a king. Belgian territory. Stanley was supposed to explore and map the Congo, but things took a darker turn. He signed treaties with local chiefs, claiming they were for trade and alliances, but in reality, these treaties gave Leopold control over the land and its resources. Eventually, Stanley succeeded in his mission, and Leopold used the information he gathered to create a colony in 1885. This colony covered a massive area of over 900,000 square miles in the heart of Africa. However, Leopold didn't consider it a colony of Belgium. Instead, he saw it as his own personal estate. He called it the Congo Free State, which was a misleading name because the people living there were anything but free. Leopold ruled with an iron fist, and the Congolese people became his subjects. Under Leopold's rule, the Congolese people suffered greatly. They were subjected to forced labor, brutal violence, and exploitation. Leopold was mainly interested in the rubber trade, so he forced the Congolese people to work in rubber plantations under horrendous conditions. If they didn't meet their daily rubber quotas, they were beaten, mutilated, or even killed. But Leopold's cruelty didn't stop there. He also forced the Congolese people to mine for copper and diamonds, with the profits lining his own pockets. Additionally, they were made to work on construction projects like the Matadi-Kinshasa Railway, where thousands lost their lives due to disease, starvation, and brutal working conditions. Leopold's reign was marked by terror and brutality, with...
Right? Now, why am I playing that? This is what I'm getting to. I'm getting to Donald Trump and show you the history that it is never changed. And so then it is important as it relates to our self-interest, our dignity, and why it is important again that when we have a government that is corrupted, right, things like this will repeat itself. Now, listen to what Donald Trump had done and listen as it relates to his real philosophy. And he never hid it. Now, look what Donald Trump had done. Central Park.
So both of you guys go through this interrogation process. Raymond has a written statement. You do not have a written statement, but both of you get charged for this rape and assault.
Oh, yeah.
Now, at this point, there's sort of just like a frenzy happening in New York with the public really upset over this happening.
Yeah.
And considering that this is a white woman and a group of black kids, there's almost like an Emmett Till kind of comparison going on at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Trump ends up kind of starting the fire in the media.
Oh, yeah. He was definitely the fire starter. I mean,
okay.
You know, he did
what does Trump do?
Well, he did it in the most grandest and most provocative way. You know, paying for ad space in New York City's newspapers, calling really for the reinstatement of the death penalty for our case. Now, mind you, as things progressed, our names, phone numbers, and addresses were also published in the newspapers.
Yeah.
So people started to, you know, call us any time of the day and night. People wrote us nasty letters telling us that they was going to kill us and our families. You know, all of that stuff was going on. And one media personality, I believe he was mentioned in the film, The Central Park Five, a guy named Pat Buchanan. He wrote what surmised to be that, you know what, let's take the eldest one, Corey Wise, and hang him from a tree in Central Park. And then let's take the others and horsewhip them. You know, so if you think about the whole, first of all, the language that was being used, the idea and the indication of what they were really trying to drum up. And I always say this because if we fast forward to today, the supporters who came out in support of Donald Trump, the people who really thought and think the way that they thought in terms of the viciousness and the anger that they had, that so-called black people and people of color were beginning to advance. You know, when you look at the hatred that came out of the woodwork, the people who uncovered themselves and said, hey, I'm here and I'll beat up people in the rallies, and I'll do anything and everything to make sure that the president becomes Donald Trump. You know, in terms of his whole candidacy, if we were able to look into the future at the future president of these United States, Donald Trump, nobody ever thought in a million years that Donald Trump would be here. But what I'm more afraid of is not Donald Trump himself, but the people who came out in support of Donald Trump. I believe that this same element was present back in 1989. This same element was present back in the Emmett Till case. This same element was present back in the Scottsboro Boys case. And I think it's more relevant to the Central Park 5 case and the Central Park jogger case, because here we had a situation where our phone numbers, names, and addresses are being published in New York City's newspapers. Donald Trump takes out the full-page ad in 4 of New York City's major newspapers calling for the reinstatement of the death penalty. And people begin to call us. People begin to threaten us. People begin to tell us that we were going to die.
Yeah.
Now imagine if they had their way. They had our address. They could have come into our homes, hung us, drug us from our homes, and hung us from the trees in Central Park. And we would have, this story about the truth and what happened and everything would have never come out in the way that it came out. We'd have been ghosts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys go to trial. It's a separate trial with you two, or no?
No. Both of us went to trial together. It was me,
Okay.
Ray, and Antron. They split it. They split it in half. It was really.
Yeah.
It used to be the Central Park 7. One guy gets off in a way.
It was more than that.
It was more. Yeah, it was. It was.
It
Yeah.
should have been Central Park 10 or 12.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. But one guy, you know, he gets out, and then it was left down to 6 people. Raymond, Kevin, Antron, Corey, Kevin, Steven.
You and Steven.
Me and Steve, yeah.
Yeah.
And so they split it in half. Me, Antron, and Ray went first.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
we blow
so you
trial.
guys have your trial.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys have your trial. Were you guys offered a plea deal before the trial or no?
We were offered a plea deal. What happened was the lawyers came in during trial and they offered us a plea deal. And at that time I had about 15 months in, maybe a little less. So I benefited from the plea deal. And they were saying that they was gonna try to get us a 2 to 6 year prison sentence. But we all had to agree to do it. And so, you know, Yusuf was the first one that said no. And we was like, well, if Yusuf said no, we all said no. So we didn't accept the plea deal. And then even after we blew trial, they offered me another deal to testify against Stephen Lopez, who became the 3rd trial that you don't hear about.
Yeah.
And they offered me, you know, they said if I testified against him, they'll drop all my charges and let me go. And I was like, hell no, let Steve win and let him go home.
Yeah.
You know, but he wound up copping out.
Yeah, he got scared because, like, when, you know, the thing about it too is that when we lost, they were already doing a poll because they were trying us as adults.
Yeah.
They said, you know what, we're going to try these young people. The criminals are becoming younger and younger. And this was the beginning of lowering the age. This whole campaign that people are fighting against right now to raise the age back up. This was the beginning of lowering the age, where they were looking at people and saying, criminal activity is being done by people of younger and younger ages. So we need to charge these youngsters as adults. And so they were taking polls and saying, well, based on the charges that we had been convicted on, each charge carried a maximum of 3 1/3 to 10 years. So I know I think I got charged with maybe 2 major charges. So that meant that had things gone down the way that they wanted to go down, I would have been given 6 2/3 to 20 years for this crime that I didn't commit.
Yeah.
So at that point, we lose. The next trial is beginning, I think, and then Steve says, yo, man, I can't do that time like that. I'm not trying to do that. You know what? Let me just cop out to something that I didn't do, just so that I can get the heck up out of this situation.
Okay, so you guys both blow trial.
Yeah.
How many years do each of you get?
We get 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so the same sentence for both of you.
Yeah, same sentence, because like Yusuf stated, we were charged as adults, but we were sentenced as juveniles. So you know how California has a 3-strike law? New York doesn't have that. But they do have what's called the predicate and the persistent. And so that set us up for our first felony. If we got another one, then we became a predicate felon. And if you got your 3rd, you became a persistent. So we got our first felony at the age of 14 to 15 years old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you heard the judge give you the sentences, how did you guys feel?
It was unbelievable. Like, here we were, like, we was in, you know, when this case happened, there were about 400 articles written on us within the first 2 weeks of this case, dissecting our lives as 14 and 15-year-old kids, right? And everybody was quick to judge. These guys are guilty, they did it, you know, castrate them,
Yeah.
hang them, put them under the prison system, let the dudes in jail rape them and kill them,
Yeah.
you know. And so now as the case is going along, because it takes about almost a year and a half to get the trial, right? You know, when the DNA evidence comes back, because these guys, the police department took our handprints, right? They took fingerprints,
Everything.
handprints,
Saliva.
footprints, saliva, hair sample, blood sample. They took all of our clothes and they test them against the samples that they have from the crime scene, and none of it matches. So now we go, okay, none of this stuff matches, and we thinking now that people will open their eyes and say, wait a minute, something's wrong here. And a very small percentage did. But majority said, nah, they said they did it, they guilty.
Yeah.
Okay. Now Trisha Millie, is that how you pronounce her name?
Yeah, Trisha Miley.
Trisha Miley. She
All
ends
right.
up.
We are going to stop it because I just want for people to get the concept of what we are up against, right? As African and as developing nation in the Caribbean, right? Where I am saying that we need to understand that there is no true love out there for us. Goes back to what I'm saying. And want to understand what Michael Manley was doing in terms of understanding all the predicaments that face us. But Michael Manley, right, stood up and created democratic socialism. And when he had done that, he go up against the capitalist, right? Now, people need to understand what they are doing in Haiti and how Andrew Holness is supporting the viciousness of Asian. So people need to understand where, what I'm doing tonight. Andrew Holness is supporting the very oppressors of Haiti. United States and France oppress Haiti. Andrew Holness aligned with that. The Jamaica Labour Party aligned in destroying democratic socialism, because democratic socialism was to push black people as it relates to the progress. Democratic socialism was doing so fabulous that we have the Singapore Prime Minister who came, right, and adopt the model under Michael Manley, democratic socialism. So people need to understand what I am doing, right? And to show you the bleed coming way down from capitalism into what people need to understand when we talk about colonialism, into neo-colonialism, right? The Europeans, you understand, as it relates to capitalism, you understand, destroying democratic socialism, any effort as it relates to the black people progress in life. They are not here. They are not here to lift us up. For anyone who can remember, as it relates to black people progress, as it relates to the Black Wall Street, if people don't know nothing about Black Wall Street, that community of black people was progressing so well, but the hate for black people, the viciousness that they burned down the entire city and damaged, killed a lot of black people because they were progressing. A lie that was told. And one person that escalated into the entire city and the entire progress. So I'm playing all of this to say, here you have Jamaica Labour Party that tied with capitalism. Tied with capitalism. And people need to understand the root of capitalism. Crony capitalism. Where is it coming from? But you know what? We just want to speak about the tree limb and don't want to speak about the root. And that is our problem. That is our problem today. Now, everything that Andrew Holness is doing in damaging our economy, damaging our education system. If a government wants to see us move forward, really want to move us forward, an administration want to put its people first, why would that administration attack our education system? In the history of our politics, more than 5 members of parliament, as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party administration, have gone to prison. Just attacking alone our education system. And including, at most recent, rural read. So when we look at that and we look at the history to remind us that Andrew Holness today is taking us down a path. So us to be suffered. So when you look at that, look at our economy. And yet he's telling lie that we are doing great. Look at our trade deficit. We are exporting just merely $1.8 billion. How much are we importing? And we see the trade deficit is growing bigger and bigger. And Andrew Holness is out there preaching excellence. We have seen the corruption index reduce Jamaica by 2 steps downwards. And here is Andrew Holness saying that he has crime under control. We have seen our healthcare sector be getting dilapidated. We are drinking shit. And here is Andrew Holness said, no, we are exaggerating. We have seen that $3 trillion unaccounted for. Here is Andrew Holness saying no. So then people tell me, what do we want to see? And here, even that you are speaking, you have people in the chat that lack intelligence, lack certain IQ, will challenge us just for a belly full, just for a plate of food.
And they are the real problems, enablers of the corruption. They are
the enablers of the corruption.
They are the real problem.
You have the Chopper John, the bag of wires. You have the Cliff Hughes, the bag of wires. You have the George Davis, the bag of wires. But never yet appeal to history and where we need to go in terms of looking after our own interests, looking after our people. So I'm saying that we see the Chinese populating our country. It is not cool. It is not cool. And treating us. We have seen people who are working with the Chinese, right? Can't even allow to drink water in our own country. And we don't find this as a problem? We don't find this as a problem? It is a problem. It's a problem. But neither that we are going to facilitate Europe. Neither that we are going to facilitate neo-colonialism, because they too don't have no love for us. So Pastor Ricky, let me put you in the space.
Yeah, I'm always amazed of the mindset of the Jamaica Labour Party and their supporters. They're of the mindset that they don't want to be led by a white man, referring to Comrade Leader Mark Golan. They're of the mindset that says, you know, he's from England when he was born at St. Andrew's Hospital. You know, I mean, University Hospital in St. Andrew, excuse me. They're of the mindset that the Prime Minister is better than Comrade Mark Golan. That's the mindset that they have. But when you look at the Prime Minister, if we can peel back the layers, he has embraced the China model. The WEF, World Economic Forum, in 2024 state that the China model is the perfect model for the world. What is the China model? Lockdown, starvation, surveillance, imprisonments, beaten, and vaccinate their population. That's what China does because they are a communism country, and they keep it inside their country, that kind of abuse and behavior. But if you research the WEF, the World Economic Forum, and the United Nations, they have embraced that model. And the Prime Minister in Jamaica has embraced that model. That's why he behaved like a tyrant in terms of imprisonments, lockdowns, destroying agriculture to create starvation, civil rights abuse, human rights abuse of the people of Jamaica. So he's also, as you peel the layers back, wants to continue to embrace the Westminster system to keep even the Privy Council and to set up a ceremonial president in the role of the current Governor General that we have now. When the person that they claim is a white man who came from England wants to move away from all of that. If you look at the budget debates that just occurred last month, Comrade Leader Mark Golden laid out, along with Comrade Julian Robinson, laid out the 5E strategy to grow the economy, to turn Jamaica, the engine of Jamaica, around, to be more self-sufficient as it relates to agriculture, to be industrial, and to embrace outputs and exports, because right now Jamaica have a trade deficits where our import outweighs our exports by over $5 billion. So you would ask yourself the question, the Prime Minister, who's on the verge of building 3 new prisons, who has spent how many $40 billion upgrading the JCF and turned the JCF into a paramilitary organization, who has verbally and publicly told the JCF to send the youths them to go see a judge or send them to see their maker. And when you look at how they cut GCT on raw products to create competition between the local farmers in Jamaica and to take away the leverage from them by bringing in, flooding the market with imports. So now the farmers are crying because their products are rotting. Nobody's buying because the imports are way cheaper than the agriculture, fresh produce that is planted and grow in Jamaica. When you look at how this Prime Minister has destroyed the economy, Jamaica, prior to Beryl, 10 quarters of deceleration in the economy. When you look at the economy currently right now as we're speaking, it's in a recession. The last 2 quarters, we saw a decline. The quarter before Beryl, from the period of April 1st to June 30th, was a 0.02 flat line, no growth, no nothing. And some sectors decline in that as well. But then the last 2 quarters, negative 3.5%, and then at the end of December, negative 1.8%. So when you ask yourself the question, this Prime Minister has embraced the 4th Industrial Revolution. If you Google, YouTube that, you will understand that this is a model for transhumanism, robots, super robots, that's going to take driverless cars, that's going to take away jobs, millions of jobs, along with the rise of AI. This Prime Minister is promoting AI like how you promote sliced bread. I mean, AI is going to destroy millions and millions and millions of jobs globally, worldwide. But this Prime Minister is embracing everything that's destructive. And you ask yourself the question, what type of future will we have in Jamaica? Because this Prime Minister has laid a foundation for the destruction of Jamaica. They also took out a catastrophe bond insurance that says that if Jamaica get hit by a Category 5 hurricane, and it has to penetrate 19 different sectors of the island. And if that happened, Jamaica will be totally destroyed. But that's the kind of mindset they have, where they took a catastrophe bond insurance that requires an island be totally demolished. So when you look at this prime minister, in the 9 wasted years in government, he has failed to build one public school, university, or college. He has built no education institution whatsoever. You cannot have a population and not empower them with knowledge and understanding. The Jamaican students, 82% of them failed their exam. Only 18% of them passed their exam under this prime minister, who was the minister of education. I mean, think about this. He has done nothing to improve the lives of the Jamaican people. So this is why Michael Manley, the greatest prime minister of all time, who laid the foundation for the Jamaica we have today, speaks volume when it comes to knowledge is power. We should study. We should study. We should read. I wrote a book, Michael Manley and the People, and I wrote it for you. Get somebody to read it if you can. A man who saw in the future that I need to empower and educate the society by creating Jamal, that adults can go back and get the education that they did not get as a youngster. A man who built schools and cast and so forth. A man who said that he will invest in agriculture, because whoever control the food will control the people. And so a man who said we should grow what we eat and eat what we grow. Self-reliance, dependent. Listen, final point. Jamaicans are innovators. We are creators. We are inventors. We this generation, our generation, not today's generation, but our generation were creators and innovators and inventors. We, as I said on Tuesday night, we build skate with car bearings. If you have a push cart with bearings, that's your motor vehicle right there. If you had a stand-up skate, that's your bicycle right there. You know, we were creative. The mindset that we have when we can make our own kite and fly it, and way up in the air, almost a touch birds a fly. When we can go build a slingshot and stretch it out and shoot a bird. You know, when we can use breadfruit and as a soccer ball or a football and play ball, growing up in the garrison, in the ghetto, our mindset was thinking of being inventors. So when you think of the mindset that God has blessed Jamaica with and the people with, that if we have opportunities now to invest in the people, people are your greatest asset. No company, no corporation, no business, no entity can function without the mind of the man, the human being. So if Seaga closed down the factories in the 80s and caused a lot of public sector workers to lose their jobs, and ever since then, Jamaica shift to a service economy. But Jamaica right now, with the geopolitics and this crazy guy we have in the White House, you know, whose head is chipped. You know, he can be stable today and be unstable tomorrow. He's so unpredictable that Jamaica needs to now invest in agriculture, invest in education, invest in the people, reopen back the factories, create manufacturing jobs. I believe that if the people in Jamaica get the tools and the resources and the opportunities that they need, we can produce airplanes. We can make airplane, and America can come to Jamaica to get aircraft built. We can create motor vehicles. They don't have to go to Mexico or Europe to get motor vehicle. I believe that Jamaica have the ability, if we invest in education and research, to also invent medicines that can cure so much disease, because we have a lot of herbalists in Jamaica, and majority of the medications today come from herbs, the natural products. So I believe that, you know, when we look at how this prime minister attitude and behavior is a model of the globalists, is a model of the colonialists, is a model of the Chinese, and now is a model of the American. So, he's everything in one, because he's so corrupt and compromised that he has to be a political prostitute to politically be in the political bed with every opportunity that he sees. And that is the truth. And this is why Jamaica is not the Jamaica that we grew up in. And this is why we're believing that the man that they claim is a white man who was born at the University Hospital in St. Andrew with the vision to empower people will be able, with the resources, to put back Jamaica on the right track. Over to you, Sir Byron.
Okay, let us refresh the mind of the people, right? Without any delay on me, play Michael Manley would change Jamaica. Let us refresh the mind of our Jamaican people.
10th of December, 1924. He was a Jamaican politician who served as the 4th Prime Minister of Jamaica from 1972 to 1980, and from 1989 to 1992. Manley championed a democratic socialist program and has been described as a populist. Early life. Michael Manley was the second son of Premier Norman Washington Manley and artist Edna Manley. He studied at Jamaica College between 1935 and 1943. He attended the Antigua State College and then served in the Royal Canadian Air Force during World War II. In 1945, he enrolled at the London School of Economics. At the LSE, he was influenced by Fabian socialism and the writings of Harold Lasky. He graduated in 1949 and returned to Jamaica to serve as an editor and columnist for the newspaper Public Opinion. At about the same time, he became involved in the trade union movement, becoming a negotiator for the National Workers' Union. In August 1953, he became a full-time official of that union. Keep watching as we dive in deeper. Entry into politics. When his father was elected Premier of Jamaica in 1955, Manley resisted entering politics, not wanting to be seen as capitalizing on his family name. However, in 1962, he accepted an appointment to the Senate of the Parliament of Jamaica. He won election to the Jamaican House of Representatives for the Central Kingston constituency in 1967. After his father's retirement in 1969, Manley was elected leader of the People's National Party, defeating Vivian Blake. He then served as leader of the opposition until his party won in the general elections of 1972. First premiership, 1972 to 1980. In the 1972 Jamaican general election, Manley defeated the unpopular incumbent Prime Minister Hugh Shearer of the Jamaica Labour Party as his People's National Party swept to a landslide victory with 37 of 53 seats. An anti-capitalist, Manley was an advocate of building a socialist system in Jamaica. This reflected the ideology of his own People's National Party, with one study noting that, with its firm commitment to a socialist path, the party explicitly rejected both communism
Heavenly beauty unfolds on stage.
And capitalism. Manley had long harbored an opposition to communism, largely because its totalitarian tenets contradicted his deep respect for democracy. In the 1972 elections, Manley made it clear to the people that I am opposed to communism, passionately. Domestic reforms. Manley instituted a series of socio-economic reforms that produced mixed results. Although he was a Jamaican from an elite family, Manley's successful trade union background helped him to maintain a close relationship with the country's poor majority, and he was a dynamic, popular leader under Manley. Jamaica established a minimum wage for all workers, including domestic workers. In 1974, Manley proposed free education
from primary school to university. The introduction of universally free secondary education was a major step in removing the institutional barriers to private sector and preferred government jobs that required secondary diplomas. The PNP government in 1974 also formed the Jamaica Movement for the Advancement of Literacy, JAMAL, which administered adult education programs with the goal of involving 100,000 adults a year. Land reform expanded under his administration. Historically, land tenure in Jamaica has been rather inequitable. Project Land Lease, introduced in 1973, attempted an integrated rural development approach, providing tens of thousands of small farmers with land, technical advice, inputs such as fertilizers, and access to credit. The minimum voting age was lowered to 18 years, while equal pay for women was introduced. Maternity leave was also introduced, while the government outlawed the stigma of illegitimacy. The Masters and Servants Act was abolished, and a Labor Relations and Industrial Disputes Act provided workers and their trade unions with enhanced rights. The National Housing Trust was established, providing the means for most employed people to own their own homes, and greatly stimulated housing construction, with more than 40,000 houses built between 1974 and 1980. Subsidized meals, transportation, and uniforms for school children from disadvantaged backgrounds were introduced, together with free education at primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. Special employment programs were also launched, together with programs designed to combat illiteracy. Increases in pensions and poor relief were carried out, along with a reform of local government taxation, an increase in youth training, an expansion of daycare centers, and an upgrading of hospitals. Manley was the first Jamaican Prime Minister to support Jamaican republicanism, the replacement of the constitutional monarchy with a republic. In 1975, his government established a commission into constitutional reform, which recommended that Jamaica become a republic. In July 1977, after a march to commemorate the Morant Bay Rebellion, Manley announced that Jamaica would become a republic by 1981. This did not occur, however. In the 1980 Jamaican general election, Siaga became Prime Minister after JLP won 51 of the 60 seats. Leader of the Opposition, 1980 to 1989. As Leader of the Opposition, Manley became an outspoken critic of the new Conservative administration. In 1980, Manley gave a series of public lectures at Columbia University in New York. Siaga was defeated in the 1989 elections. The PNP won 45 seats to the JLP's 15. Second premiership, 1989 to 1992. By 1989, some right-wing critics had begun to assert that Manley had softened his socialist rhetoric, explicitly advocating a role for private enterprise. Manley's second term focused on liberalizing Jamaica's economy, with the pursuit of a program that stood in marked contrast to the more social democratic economic policies pursued by Manley's first government. Various measures were, however, undertaken to cushion the negative effects of austerity and structural adjustment. A social support program was introduced to provide welfare assistance for poor Jamaicans. In addition, the program focused on creating direct employment, training, and credit for much of the population. The government also announced a 50% increase in the amount of nutritional assistance for the most vulnerable groups, including pregnant women, nursing mothers, and children. A small number of community councils were also created. In addition, a limited land reform program was carried out that leased and sold land to small farmers, and land plots were granted to hundreds of farmers. The government had an admirable record in housing provision, while measures were also taken to protect consumers from illegal and unfair business practices. In 1992, citing health reasons, Manley stepped down as Prime Minister and PNP leader. His former Deputy Prime Minister, P.J. Patterson, assumed both offices. Personal life. Manley was married 5 times. In 1946,
that is
he married
a snippet of Michael Manley. But what we are going to end the program with tonight is a face-off between Mark Golding and Andrew Holness, right? So I make sure I provide that clip for us to process this as it relates to the face-off between Mark Golding and Andrew Holness, right? Obviously, Mark Golding, right, is going to take that general election, and of course, is going to win convincingly. So people, tune in on this as it relates to Mark Golding with the face-off of Andrew Holness.
He doesn't have the fiery, stage-commanding presence of Michael Manley. He doesn't rule the airwaves with the booming confidence of a Bruce Golding or a P.J. Patterson. And yet, in this high-stakes political battle for Jamaica's future, he could be Andrew Holness's greatest threat. Why? Because Mark Golding's strengths lie not in theatrics, but in quiet precision, unshakable integrity, and a deep understanding of Jamaica's economic and legislative landscape. But will these strengths be enough to unseat Holness and the JLP? Stick around, because what we uncover next will surprise you. Mark Golding's journey to this moment wasn't fueled by political ambition from childhood. He wasn't bred for leadership in the traditional sense. Instead, he built himself through grit, intellect, and a relentless commitment to service. Unlike many who rise through the ranks of Jamaican politics, Golding made his name first as a brilliant legal mind and an astute businessman. But can a man whose foundation is built on intellect and ethics truly connect with a population that often responds more to charisma than to credentials? The answer might not be as straightforward as you think. Jamaica stands at a crossroads. After 2 terms of Andrew Holness, voters question whether it's time for a leader whose strength isn't just in vision, while others are hesitant to allow a 3rd term. Mark Golding's strengths are undeniable. He has the legal expertise to reshape policy, the financial acumen to rebuild Jamaica's economy, and the strategic mind to unify a fractured opposition. But politics is more than qualifications. It's about connection. And herein lies the great challenge for Golding. Can he translate his strengths into voter confidence? Rise to leadership. Mark Golding's entry into politics wasn't an accident. It was a calculated transition from influence to leadership. After years of shaping Jamaica's financial sector, co-founding the first private investment bank, daring Bunting and Golding, and later playing a pivotal role in Proven Investment Limited, Golding turned his attention to public service. He stepped onto the political stage in 2007, serving as an unelected senator before winning a seat in Parliament in 2017. By 2020, he emerged as the unifier of a deeply divided PNP, defeating Lisa Hanna to become party leader. But leadership isn't just about winning a party battle, it's about leading a nation. And Golding's leadership style is anything but conventional. What makes him different? Golding's leadership is marked by an analytical, problem-solving approach. He's not the leader to pound the podium and declare himself the savior of the nation. Instead, he meticulously crafts policies, pushes legislative reforms, and quietly builds the case for his vision. His time as Minister of Justice from 2012 to 2016 was a testament to this. He spearheaded the decriminalization of marijuana, one of the most impactful social justice reforms in Jamaica's recent history. He championed legislative changes that modernized Jamaica's justice system. He operated with precision, ensuring that over 120 pieces of legislation were passed under his watch. But beyond policy, what truly makes him different is his ability to remain principled and composed in a political environment often dominated by spectacle. Golding doesn't engage in political mudslinging. Instead, he relies on facts and data to challenge his opponents. While many leaders seek power by stoking divisions, Golding has built a reputation as a unifier, even within a PNP that was deeply fractured when he assumed leadership. His diplomatic approach in an era of hyperpartisanship could be a defining factor in how he is perceived by voters. Another striking difference is Golding's approach to leadership transparency. While other politicians often dance around issues, Golding is direct and forthcoming, earning him credibility even among critics. His promise to tackle corruption isn't just rhetoric. His clean political record gives him an edge over leaders who have been plagued by scandals. In a country where trust in politicians is at an all-time low, Golding's reputation for integrity is perhaps his strongest asset. But will voters recognize this as a strength, or will they see it as a lack of the political aggression necessary to lead? Because here's the dilemma. Jamaicans don't just want a leader with a resume. They want a leader who makes them feel something. And this is where Holness has thrived. His ability to command public attention, make grand announcements, and appear as the nation's...
Now, people, there you have a leader with more valuable assets as it relates to honesty and integrity. You know, I don't want to hear anything from the next person, you know. Honesty and integrity, right? Someone who is direct, someone who is not going to go into the PR, someone who is not going to go into the promising and all of that. But the wealth of knowledge that we get as it relates to Mark Golding in terms of what he had done in terms of passing the amount of legislations that he had passed, there is no other member of parliament who had passed the amount of legislation that Mark Golding had passed. So you see that Mark Golding, they have a saying, said silent river run deep. So while Andrew Holness, you understand, beat him chest and do all of that, right? Mark Golding is doing the work. Mark Golding, through honesty and integrity, will survive, right? Because the level of corruption that involved with Andrew Holness is taking us down to a perilous path. But here you have an established businessman who had been successful in business. And here you have a professional con artist who, trust me, is conniving, deceiving, vindictive, and I'm telling you, taking Jamaica to a perilous path. I'm going to ask you, Pastor Ricky, to close out the night for us.
Sorry, before you close, before
Yes.
you go,
Sure.
Pastor Ricky, you just want to give Boom Clash some examples to a question that he just posed. He said, is there a successful independent country? We can start in the Caribbean with Cayman Island, Bermuda, then we can go abroad. We can even mention the US. We can mention Barbados, Australia, and all of these other countries are successful as independent democratic nations.
So what is he talking?
I don't know.
Okay, go ahead, Pastor Ricky. We have the history around here.
This is what I love about Mystic Sensation, you know, the facts, the truth, you connect with the audience, and this is awesome, you know. Bless you, lady.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron. You know, you said something that's so potent, powerful, that silent river run deep. because some people feel like you have to be boisterous and arrogant and in your deliverable and the way you shout at people. Comrade Leader Mark Golding was criticized that him can't talk. Him soft, him voice soft. But what they don't understand is that the man is brilliant. He's analytic. He's reserved. He's measures. He calculates. He thinks before he opens his mouth. And when he opens his mouth, he connects. Why you think it's an orange wave leading up to the local government elections in February last year, and the orange wave continued till now. Communication is awesome. It's an art. You have to know how to communicate effectively. And that's what he's been doing. He's connecting with the voters in Jamaica. He's not coming across ignorant and arrogant and talking down at people, but he's connecting to people. And so you see, he was a brilliant lawyer, corporate lawyer, and he learns to communicate from the courtroom. And then he became a successful businessman, doing business with other entities and peoples and organizations. And then he became a powerful justice minister, as you showed in the documentary. And he crafted and championed 120 legislation in 2007 up until, in 2012. Yeah, from 2012 till the time Mama P them lose in 2016. And so he put in the work quietly. I love it. He put in the work quietly and effectively, and he reached and connected with people. So when the opportunity came, and a man of humility is the prerequisites for exaltation. He never run on and try to promote himself, self-glorification, self-edification, self-exaltation. You know, he humbled himself under Mama P's leadership and put in the work behind the scenes. Some of the greatest people in life are those who work behind the scenes. They don't care about the spotlight, but they work behind the scenes effectively. And so being humble, when the opportunity came for him, he was selected and anointed to be the party's leader. And I'm criticizing him. I say him not ready yet. Him not good. Him can't talk. Him not loud. Him not boisterous. They didn't even know the gem that this man was carrying and the jewel that was in him. He's now on the verge of becoming the next prime minister of Jamaica. The same man with them say can't talk, him now burn no fire, him this, him that, and then bull him out and say him not ready yet. Look at him now. He's on the launching pad to become the next prime minister. This is why we can't underestimate people. We cannot underestimate people. You have to allow people to grow and to mature and allow God to use them. And so now he's on the verge of becoming prime. There's no doubt he's going to win the election. Because Comrade Leader Mark Golding is a breath of fresh air to Jamaica. When you compare corruption with integrity, when you compare dishonesty with honesty, when you compare with liars with truth, he's a breath of fresh air to Jamaica right now. And so I am honored that Comrade Leader Mark Golding is going to be the next prime minister. I can't wait to meet him. Shake. I don't want nothing from him. I just want to shake his hand and say congratulations, because this is the person Jamaica need for such a time as this. One who's reserved, measured, have the right temperament, not boisterous and arrogant like the prime minister. One who can communicate and connect with people. The art of communication is connecting with your audience. And most importantly, one who has credibility. Credibility speaks volume when people trust you and believe you and know that they can feel confident that the things you said you're going to do, it's not a PR, it's not a commitment that you're going to break or a promise you're going to break, but it's something that you pledge to do, and they can hold you to the feet of the fire that it will come to pass. So I am excited. I'm so happy to be a comrade. And I can't wait for the election to be called. I can't wait for the night when he gives his speech. And I can't wait to shake his hand. And I'm just excited because Jamaica needs a change. Jamaica needs a new direction. And we have the right person in place right now. Over back to you. Amen.
I want to say,
excited.
Pastor Ricky, everything that you have spoken, right, well said. And you know, when you look on the performance of Mark Golden, right, and we are speaking about the two persons, Andrew Holness and Mark Golden. Now let us take the discipline, right, in fact. Now you have a prime minister who, from the onset, refused to sign the code of conduct, right? So it's essential, right, as it relates to good leadership, good quality leadership. But Andrew Holness, I will presume that he already convinced himself that he's not going to sign the code of conduct for the obvious reason in terms of his premeditated and calculated move that he wanted to do. However, here you have a Mark Golden, right? The contrast of that Mark Golden decided that, okay, all right, good governance, it means that you have to accept, right, the code of conduct. It means that not only that I am going to sign the code of conduct, I am also instructing, right, all of my men, right, my team to sign the code of conduct. So we see the contrast there as it relates to honesty, integrity, and where good value, right, where Mark Golden intend, right, as it relates to good governance. Now let us move a little bit further. Mark Golden is not someone who, you understand, in the PR thing. As you heard the previous clip, show you that Mark Golden is direct and upfront and quite strong, right? Mark Golden is going to tell you what it is. Now let me say this now. If you look at Mark Golden, when Mark Golden who operates within the system, the transformation that he made from being a successful businessman, Pastor Ricky, right, come into the politics. Remember, in business, he had been there, he had done that. You understand? So he knows the art of the business. And it goes towards good leadership. Because not only what makes a business person or an entrepreneur, you understand, becomes profitable, is that he has some sense, right, of knowing what to do, right, setting policies in place, right, so that those policies, right, can enhance profitability. So
and
Mark
putting
Golden,
the right people in the right place.
Exactly. So Mark Golden has all of that quality. Remember that Andrew Holness has none of this quality. Andrew Holness, no, seriously, Andrew Holness has no business prior in coming into politics. So you're talking about the experience, you're talking about the leadership, you're talking about the quality, right, of good leadership. The quality of that leadership that extend, right, in profitability for Mark Golden businesses. You understand? So he made him a quite successful business person. Let us look on Mark Golden's transformation into the politics. Mark Golden realized that the politics was nasty. The politics has related to corruption. What Mark Golden had done? Mark Golden decided that, look, I am going to draft the Integrity Commission Act. Right? And in 2017, as you hear the relating to the facts, the information that gathered, that as a result of Mark Golden drafted that Integrity Commission Act, which Andrew Holness shepherded into law, right? Based on the electoral map, where people need to understand, right? Now, what happened right then and there, you will realize that the corruption index, you understand, had lifted us up. You understand, as a result of the Integrity Commission Act put in place. So people need to remember that while the corruption index was speaking about us in a very negative light, Mark Golden, right, crafting the Integrity Commission Act and where Andrew Holness shepherded it, right, move us up from 38 to 44. That is important as it relates to that situation in terms of what Mark Golding had done there. Mark Golding did not just leave it there. Mark Golding decided that, look, we need to add another layer, right, of protection in terms of protecting the people's interests. You understand? And good governance. Mark Golding moved effectively towards an impeachment bill. Because Mark Golding, right, in his wisdom,
right,
in his, I would say, love the wisdom that guided by God himself.
Amen.
Realize that, look, the level of corruption can't continue. Jamaica need to move forward in terms of progress. You can't have politicians like what you see with Andrew Holness now, right, that they just do, everything as it relates to corruption, nepotism, cronyism, and then end up get away with it.
Right.
Mark Golding said, no, you know what? We need an impeachment bill. So then the people don't have to wait for a general election to vote these people out. You understand? They can call, right, and get dismissed. Who fought against that? It is the Andrew Holness. Who fought against that? Right? Fought against it. Remember, when Andrew Holness was campaigning in 2016, he promised that, of course, he would support an impeachment bill. Andrew Holness moved away from that.
He lied.
All the things that Andrew Holness had promised, Andrew Holness had moved away from that. And now, not only that, Andrew Holness had moved away from that, Pastor Ricky. Andrew Holness double down and get even more dangerous and more serious. Andrew Holness make an attempt to destroy the Corruption Act that deals with illicit enrichment.
Right.
So Jamaican people need to say, okay, all right, let us leave the politics outside. Let us think in our cranium. Think for a bit. If you have a prime minister for a country, right, who want to destroy the Corruption Act that deals with illicit enrichment, why would that prime minister want to do that? Why would that prime minister want to do that?
Because he's guilty.
The prime minister is saying that it's okay for a politician to have themselves corrupted, and no consequence come of that.
My God.
Is that what Jamaica really need?
My God.
The Jamaican people, I am telling you, right, we are tired. We are definitely fed up, right? We want to see the back of Andrew Holness. And what we notice, what we observe is the PSOJ, right? Sit there in silence. Sits there in silence, Pastor Ricky, and chose not to say anything.
Well, Uncle Sam have them files, so them not gonna be silent too long when he blows.
And I am saying, Pastor Ricky, Jamaican people, please, I am asking you, beg you, look into yourself. And ask yourself the question. Looking at the entire Caribbean. Put out GLP and PNP out of this. Looking at the entire Caribbean. And ask yourself the question. Have we seen any other prime minister in the entire Caribbean basin where that prime minister's statutory declaration for 3 years have not been certified? Come on, Jamaica, we need to do better than this. We need to do better than this. And then people are going to call us, right, and speaking that, okay, the Integrity Commission, right, did not show the evidence of Andrew Holness' explanation. Like, you're kidding me? You kidding me? The integrity investigators had given Andrew Holness more than 3 years to present some justification of his wealth, and he failed to do so.
As Big Mama narrated, run with me. Big Mama said that and never run with it.
You understand what I'm saying? this is what bad as it relates to journalism. Because what a journalist is supposed to do, a journalist is supposed to investigate, right, and establish the truth. But you have, and it is so sad for Jamaica. Remember, you know, Big Mama had played him on as it relates to telling lie and PJ Patterson and got sued.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? He got sued for the lies that he told on PJ Patterson. And he has not learned his lesson. Has not learned his lesson. So this is what we are saying in terms of, okay, all right. Here we have a situation where, right, we have E. coli in the water system. Now, if our government care, right, you're going to have that. No, let us ask the question. When the People's National Party was in power, when Portia Simpson was in power, have you heard anything like that?
No.
That's the same question now. You have Google search at your exposure, right? Google search the thing. Have that ever done under a People's National Party administration where people literally drinking shit? People literally drinking shit for water. And we are going to accept this. We are going to take a spin from Thomas Davis.
My God.
Talking about past tense and present continuous tense. What kind of bullshit is this?
English class.
You understand how he's keeping English class? It's utter rubbish. Utter rubbish. And it is shameful.
Yeah, disgraceful.
Right? And as my wife said, you can't make these things up. It's very shameful for Charles Davis.
Yeah.
And so there you go, where we presented the clip that is what making reference in April. So this is just a silly game that the Jamaica Labour Party administration continuing to play. Now we have a situation now where we're getting some positive and strong people, right, to strengthen the Integrity Commission, to strengthen the Integrity Commission, to strengthen checks and balance. And this government here, this corrupted government here, right, want to know, attack the people before they even start to work. Before the people even start to work.
Yeah.
Let's look at that.
Corrupt, man.
It's so crazy. And I'm saying to all Jamaican people that the longer Andrew Holness drag on with this, it is going to get more serious with him. Because we are here in this space and our responsibility. I find it as my duty. And Pastor Ricky, I know you find it as your duty.
Amen.
And other vloggers, you understand, find it as their duty to come out. I like the truth because we are fighting for Jamaica. I love my Jamaican brothers and sisters. And trust me, I am making the sacrifice. We are making the sacrifice in making sure, yes, we keep it up. I work 7 days a week, you know. And regardless of the 7 days a week I work, you understand, I am still coming into the space. And remember, me just want to hear him call the general election, you know. Because I have come more in the space when him call the general election, you know. When him call the date, you know. Right? And me tell you alone some say, listen me, when you hear him call general election, we are coming into Toronto and make sure we galvanize our people.
Yes.
Right? And I know that Lonesome well prepared for that because we are going to increase more in the battlefield.
Yes, indeed.
We're going in front of the battlefield and fight. And we're not going to stop from fight. Listen to me. We are going to tell Andrew, listen to me. I am dedicated. Pastor Ricky, I am telling you the truth.
I'm with you, man. I'm
because
with you.
Guess what? If I am to die, let me say that loud and clear. At least I am dying for something.
That's right.
I am dying for something if I have to die. I know that the enemy is against me, right? And I know that the enemy, you understand, would like to have me in their palms. But if I am to die, I have to die for fighting for my country. Truths and rights.
Amen.
And so then I am here. Remember, some my face when they behind no curtain. We're not hiding, so the people them know me. And every day I never intend to hide my face.
That's right.
Because we have to upfront and direct and face the monster as it is. Right? And this time we are not going to be a lamb for the slaughter. You understand? We are going to fight. Let me just take some cards here. All right. Yes, caller. Please go ahead. You're on Mystic Sensation Live.
Yeah, Mr. Mystic. You know, sir.
Blessings.
Jamaica, still.
Yes.
But I always watch your program. I watch you all on the program.
Thank you.
Allah do a great and tremendous job. But right now, you don't know vision. The Prime Minister a criminal, man.
Speak your mind, my brother.
Yeah, man.
Speak your mind and speak it clear.
Yeah, man. You don't know vision, man. We do a better leadership and everything, you know. Obviously, life ago. I'm a big man now still. Me, I'm in my 50s.
Yes.
But kind of still life away. Father, God bless me. That's me. Can achieve certain things. But the youth that come nowadays, they're not going to be able to achieve nothing. It's have to reset, man. The country needs to reset.
You're perfectly right, sir.
Yeah, man. So I'm watching the program right through, you know.
All right.
And I do a tremendous job.
Blessed, my brother.
And I appreciate it. I look forward to watch you melting pot. I look forward every day for watching them, man.
All right. Appreciate it, man.
So, hold on, I'm not doing a good job, man. But boy, enough for you, them. We need more youth educated. Oh, Jamaica, and we say, boy, in the 70s, me born in the 70s still, and if we not follow the 70s tradition, right now Jamaica would have the first rep.
Ah, my brother.
I'm a man observe. We notice the thing when it's setting up. But we usually have factories. We usually have the steel factory, rice factory, certain things. Only by infrastructure, train around.
Make them know that, my brother.
We should have some bullet train now. But the foundation is setting up.
Yes.
The foundation set. But successive government, like, erode it.
Siaga.
It will be a parasite. Like, we can't, what I say now? We can't really establish a one part. Have other people establish part of the country. So I have some bright leader, like one in a visionary. See?
Exactly.
I'm an ex-Michael man. I agree with that 100%.
Blessings, my brother.
Visionary. Yeah, man. I'm being good for the country too.
All right.
The people have to know, see that and know, say. But you see, me youth read and me educated certain way. This is enough of people to read. Marcus Garvey said, once you read when they're not tired. You take up piece of newspaper and read. I will sort your way out. You can't make people trick you and fool you by this propaganda and talk.
Ah.
You have to know things. Yeah, man. I have respect. You know, keep up the program. Pastor Ricky. Bless you.
Bless you, my brother.
Respect.
Yes, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Blessing. Respect. Yeah, man.
I want to tell you, Pastor Ricky, call like these, you understand? I mean, give us the strength, right?
Encourage. Yeah.
We have.
Continue, but when you finish,
Yeah. All right. We have Sister Pat, our regular caller, right? Definitely, right? Solid, strong, right? In terms of, supporting, what we are doing. Good governance. We want to see success in our country. We want to see opportunity created. You understand? We want to see the police officers, right, stop from killing out the youths.
Amen.
What you're talking about extrajudicial killings, man.
Definitely.
Hurt to know that you can have the police. Now, hey, look here. Let me say this. We have seen in first world country, even when police hold the youth them with guns in first world country, do they kill them?
No, they arrest
right?
them.
And we have seen so many times where it is quite evident, you know, right? Where police go into even the youth and bed, out of them bed,
Yeah.
and not treat them. And you're going to tell me that the government really remains silent on this matter.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, this government is encouraging it. No one addressed the fact that you are talking about extrajudiciary killing when you hold the person and you have the person in custody. Where in the law that tells you that you need to be judge, juror, and executioner?
Nowhere.
Nowhere in the law. Nowhere in the law. And you are them 3 youth, 4 youth, 5 and 6 youth one time. Come on, man.
But you know what? Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah.
And yet, I mean, that don't create a shock for us. It's like it is the norm. We are going to use to that because the police. Now look, I watched Lonesome earlier today. We are a policeman, right? A guy want to pass with his vehicle to have his vehicle washed in a Pastor Ricky. Pastor Ricky, this is an innocent, hard-working youth.
Yeah.
And the police in the pathway blocking the youth, you understand, to pass to go to the river to wash the vehicle. And the youth toot his arm a couple of times, right? Just to alert them that he just simply want to pass. And that situation where the police, right, now engage in a confrontation with the youth, telling him that he will, he can shoot him and tell lie upon him. No, that is coming out of the policeman mountain.
My God.
No, I am not making this up. That is what I heard on Lonesome programming, where the police is threatening the youth. You understand? Tell him tell lie upon him.
He must be kicked out of the.
He will charge him and tell lie upon him. So you're going to tell me no.
Yeah.
And that appears to be the standard behavior of many of them. So he is now confirming, that police officer is confirming that many of the police officers are doing that.
Yeah. You know, the High Command is corrupt.
Come into this, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, the High Command is corrupt, and everybody know that. I mean, we're not glorifying our criminals, whether them in our government, whether them in our church, whether them in the streets, whether them in the corporate. Anybody who's in breaking the law is a criminal. But Jamaica is a country of laws, and the rule of law should always prevail. Jamaica is guided by the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land. And in the Constitution, there was a revision in 2012, the fundamental rights of freedoms. And, it protects your human God-given rights, your privacy. No police should have taken nobody's phone from them. That's unconstitutional. That's a breach of your human rights and constitutional rights. No police should open a car door and tell if you come out of your car. That's and they don't have a warrant to search your car. That's unconstitutional. No police should even take film cell phone and video you, because they are supposed to pass the law in Parliament for them to wear body camera like they do in America. So we see a lot of constitutional breaches of the law. Exactly. And when the Prime Minister goes and says, send them to a judge or their maker, that's a breach of the human rights, Geneva Convention human rights law that can get them in trouble, internationally speaking. And so the people of Jamaica must need to understand that hold this prime minister accountable for every youth or the police them kill. Him come out and put on clocks and deceive and making him feel like he's one of you. Him say every ghetto youth is a star for make him feel like he's one of you. But the same prime minister will put on clocks, act like him is a youth. The same prime minister will declare every ghetto youth is a star. Say 15-year-old juvenile don't even reach the age of adult. Must be rather man get 15 years. It showed the wickedness on the corrupt. In America, no 15-year-old now get charged as an adult. They go to whatever they call a juvenile detention center. And when they become 18, then that's when they get tried as an adult. But not at 15. You're not sending a young man for no 15 years or radam or whatever I'm call it. This prime minister is building 3 prisons right now in Jamaica. Him care more about locking up people when him should have been in a prison himself. So it just goes to show you that when election time come, the mother's eye water is on this prime minister, and them should hold him accountable for all of the atrocities, human rights violation, and breaches of their constitutional rights, civil rights, and privacy rights. Tracking down innocent people, trying to turn innocent people into criminals and give them a criminal record. Police falsely accusing and filing false report. They should be kicked out of the force. This government needs to be cleaned up, man, and from top to bottom. I'm serious. Because we have all of the video them, where the police them lock up youth or went to arrest somebody. The youth is unarmed. He's no threat, no danger to the police. But instead of them arrest him and carry him at the station, them unalive him. Next thing them say it was a shootout. I mean, the video speaks clearly that it was not a shootout. So, I just, these things must stop, and the human rights lawyers needs to step up and don't be afraid or be intimidated of this. Listen, the Prime Minister, Chang, the Security Minister, the Police Commissioner, the three of them should be tried at The Hague for crimes against humanity. They have violated the Geneva Convention human rights laws by killing innocent youth. I say innocent because they did not arrest them. There was no evidence that it was a shootout or they had a gun. And so they must be held accountable. One last point. The Prime Minister is weakened. Corruption weakening. The SSL scandal weakening. In 3 years of uncertified statutory declaration weakening. And he just filed a 2024 March the 31st. So he's going to have 4 years now of unstatutory declaration. The Integrity Commission annual report comes out by June 30th. And he's not going to have his 2024 statutory declaration. So he's going into an election year with 4 years, 4 consecutive years of uncertified statutory declarations. And when you look at the statutory declaration forms, it's simple. It says list your assets, income, liability for yourself, for your spouse, your children. It's simple. Name any onshore, offshore bank accounts or asset onshore, offshore. Straightforward questions. If this man was honest and full of integrity, he would have figured it out and just list everything with him own in his name. But the truth of the matter, him have a lot of assets offshore and onshore that his lawful income cannot afford. And that's the problem for him, why the people lost trust and confidence in him. You cannot vote for a prime minister with 4 years of uncertified statutory declaration. That is a breach of the Integrity Commission Act. And he needs to step aside immediately and give somebody else an opportunity who had their statutory declaration certified. Over to you.
I say what about me, the man still grown and a champion, the man bare-faced.
No shame, man.
This is what I call a bare-faced criminal. The man a grown and a campaign. He's not supposed to be on the ballot.
No, discourse.
And them know that, And the people out there, them know that, He's not supposed to be on the ballot. So I want to say,
I want to say.
Oh, okay, all right. Go ahead.
Okay, guys. Let me just share this because of something that was said in the chat earlier. So I'm just gonna share this. 5 elements of a strong democracy. And what are the 5 elements of a strong democracy? When the people, the citizens, are empowered. The people are the principal actors in a democracy. Citizens are empowered when their rights are protected. They are informed, and fellow citizens and policymakers proactively engage them in the democratic process. And then you have fair processes. As the mechanics of democracy, fair processes respect the principle of one person, one vote, and hold policymaking institutions accountable through checks and balances. Responsive policy. As an output of democracy, responsive policy weighs all citizens' interests and values equally, provides for the common good, and establishes institutions that empower individuals to protect their rights. Information and communication. These elements mediate the relationship between citizens, processes, and policy. Information and communication that are representative, accurate, and trusted ensure fair processes and enable citizens to hold policymakers accountable. Social cohesion. A shared sense of purpose and identity is implicit in the enduring phrase, "we the people." A democratic society's members recognize each other's right to a voice in the political process and are willing to collaborate for common ends. And these are strong criteria for a strong democratic country, and this is what we are striving for.
All right, thank you for that, wifey, to close out the night on such a strong message to us as it relates to defining what a strong democracy is. I want to say, right, we again apologize for not having Jeopardy, right? We hope that next Friday, definitely, we'll be having Jeopardy. So we apologize on behalf of that. And I want to say a big thanks, Pastor Ricky, again, right, to provide your strength to us and give your service to the people of Jamaica. And I want to say a big thanks to all the persons in the chat. Big thanks to all, right, the persons who tune in.
And your wife for being the engineer. And your wife for being the engineer.
And wifey, the technical director. All right. So my Jamaican people want to say enough love, right? Have a happy weekend. And we love you all. Bless you.
I'll link you when I get back on Monday. God bless you.
All right.
God bless you.
For tomorrow, Reason with Ratigan is going to be postponed because he's still not feeling well. So, guys, please remember him in your prayers.
Yes, guys, send up a prayer, for Ratigan, as what my wife said, because Ratigan is still, ailing, and we wish him to come back in the space. A speedy recovery, because that his program is a very solid program. All right, and we want Ratigan to be in the space. So send out all the prayers.
Yeah, get well soon, Sir Ratigan. We're praying for you, man.
All right. Blessings and people.
God bless everybody.
Love you all.
One love, everybody.
Happy Palm Sunday. Happy Palm Sunday. Palm Sunday when it's Sunday's Palm Sunday.
All right.
Yes.
And this week coming up is the Holy Week.
Yeah. Okay.
With Good Friday, next Friday coming. All right.
All
Bless
right.
you. All right. Bye-bye.
Blessings.
One love, guys. Bless up.
All right.